announcement.
Yes, honourable members. Today, the 25th of November 2025, we mark the International Day on the Elimination of Violence against Women. We are happy on this occasion to have in our midst the new regional representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, Ms. Bhatia. UNDP has been supporting Mauritius for a very long time, but more specifically today, we must underline the support of the Parliamentary Gender Caucus by the UNDP. Once more, we are benefiting from the close collaboration of UNDP to support our own efforts to struggle against gender-based violence. Indeed, tomorrow, we will launch the 16 days activism against gender-based violence at the call of the Secretary General of the United Nations. I am pleased that the Honourable Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Gender Equality and Family Welfare, and Mrs. Bhatia will be with us on that occasion to show their commitment to this very complex cause. I look forward to welcoming you all tomorrow and in the days to come until we close on the 10th of December on Human Rights Day. Thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, whether in regard to the increase in the cost of living and the loss of affordability, he will state the measures taken by his ministry in relation thereto, indicating the A. Sums disbursed from the initial injection of rupees 2 billion in the Price Stabilization Fund as at date, giving details of the disbursements, including justifications therefore. B. Projected evolution in prices of basic commodities over the next 3 months, and C. Cost of the consumer basket as at 31st October 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, upon assuming office in November 2024, the new government was confronted with a challenging economic situation. In fact, the previous government's economic mismanagement left a difficult legacy. Public debt jumped by 43% in 5 years, reaching over 83% of GDP by mid-2024. An independent audit revealed that the former administration even engaged in systematic fiscal mispresentation of key economic figures, masking a larger budget deficit, 5.7% of GDP instead of 3.9%, and slower growth than claimed. This voodoo economics and lack of transparency severely limited fiscal space and undermined confidence in our economy. In simple terms, high inflation and a constantly depreciating rupee were the results of the poor economic fundamentals we inherited. Our country, reliant on imports for fuel, food, and commodities, was hit hard by pandemic disruptions and international conflicts. The past government's heavy borrowings and loose fiscal practices aggravated these pressures. As a result, by late 2024, the cost of living had become a serious strain on families. The new government recognized that urgent action was needed to stabilize the economy and provide relief to the population. Madam Speaker, over 2019-2024, the rupee lost considerable value against the US dollar, euro, and other currencies. There are a few reasons for this depreciation. First, global investors flocked to the US dollar due to rising US interest rates, which strengthened the dollar and weakened currencies like ours. Second, Mauritius' balance of payment was under strain. High import bills, especially for fuel and food, meant persistent demand for foreign currency, putting downward pressure on the rupee's value. Third, the confidence in our economic management was shaken by the past administration's opaque practices. When debt is high and deficits are understated, markets react by valuing the currency lower. Indeed, our central bank had to intervene repeatedly, selling hundreds of millions of dollars to slow the rupee's fall. All these factors contributed to the USD-MUR exchange rate reaching unfavorable levels, making imported goods even more expensive and feeding into domestic inflation. In summary, we have high inflation and a weak rupee because of external shocks and internal weaknesses, past economic mismanagement, high debt, and reliance on imports. This is the reality the new government started with in November 2024. We fully appreciate how these issues translate to hardship for the average person, from rising grocery bills to more expensive gas and utilities. Madam Speaker, in view of the unstable international context, with rising international freight, upward volatilities in foreign currencies, and rising global prices of essential commodities, and as promised in the electoral manifesto, the government has established a price stabilization fund of 10 billion rupees, starting with an initial 2 billion rupees contribution as announced in the budget measures 2025-2026 to protect the purchasing power of the population. In this context, government has approved the implementation of a fixed subsidy scheme under the Price Stabilization Fund for a pilot phase of 6 months starting 26 of August 2025. A fixed quantum subsidy scheme has been introduced under the Price Stabilization Fund for 5 essential commodities: processed cheese, milk powder, edible oil, infant milk, and baby diapers. A first evaluation of a scheme is being done after 3 months. Madam Speaker, I shall respond to parts A to C of a question regarding the measures taken by my ministry to alleviate the increase in the cost of living, with particular reference to the Price Stabilization Fund. With regards to part A of a question, government has allocated an initial 2 billion rupees for this fiscal year to the Price Stabilization Fund, with the objective of mitigating rising costs of essential commodities. This refund scheme is being administered in collaboration with the Mauritius Revenue Authority, which verifies sales claims prior to authorizing refunds. Caps have also been established to ensure the scheme remains fiscally predictable and within the approved envelope. The projected requirement for the 6-month pilot phase stands at approximately 492 million rupees. I am informed that for the months of August to October, an amount of 186 million rupees is being processed by the MOA, out of which 73 million rupees has been disbursed. The MOA is awaiting further submissions from traders to effect the remaining refunds. For period October to December this year, an estimated amount of 197 million rupees is expected to be disbursed. Furthermore, it is to be noted that the fund also provides required fiscal subsidies to maintain the present price of bread to the population. The total cost is 47 million for the period ending October 2025. It is expected that the total cost for the whole fiscal year would be 448 million rupees. As regards the justifications requested, the sum disbursed has been used to operationalize a pilot 6-month refund scheme targeting selected essential commodities, namely milk powder, 50 rupees per kilo, edible oil, 15 rupees per litre, infant milk, 55 rupees per 900 grams, baby diapers, 50 cents per diaper, processed cheese, 10 rupees per 250 grams. Under this scheme, government refunds 60% of the difference between the prevailing market price and the 2021 benchmark price, which represents the lowest pricing point observed between 2021 and 2025. This benchmark was selected to ensure an objective, data-driven basis for calculating the refund while maintaining fiscal discipline. The refund is designed to provide immediate and visible relief to consumers, reduce shelf prices by an estimated 18% to 28%, depending on the commodity, stabilize the prices of goods heavily affected by international prices, exchange rate volatility, and rising freight and insurance costs. An inter-ministerial technical committee comprising my ministry, Ministry of Finance, MOE, and STC is conducting a midterm review after the third month of implementation to adjust the scheme if necessary. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that there are not less than 43 essential commodities under price control mechanism at the level of Mauritius and 36 commodities for Rodrigues. In line with the government program 2025-2029, my ministry is continuously conducting market analysis and monitoring so as to undertake policies for price stabilization, such as the implementation of markup controls on essential commodities and VAT exemptions. Nevertheless, the prices of several essential commodities continue to remain high due to persistent international inflation, volatile exchange rate, and rising freight and insurance costs. We have noted that there have been an effective decrease in the prices of commodities on which we have intervened. However, the evolution of prices is dependent on international price practice and also the forex exchange. It has been noted that for edible soybean oil, there has been a decrease of 5.8% since introduction of a price control and subsidy scheme. It is projected to remain stable over the coming months. For processed cheese, there has been a decrease of 5%. It is projected to remain stable. For infant milk powder and baby diapers, there has been a decrease of 5.5% in price, and price is expected to remain stable. For milk powder, there has been an initial decrease of 24.2% at intervention, and we have noted an increase at international level by suppliers by 4 to 5%. With the introduction of price markup and removal of VAT on items such as frozen vegetables, we have noted an average fall of around 9% in market prices. Madam Speaker, It is to be noted that the removal of VAT on a range of essential food items has had direct and immediate impact on the purchasing power of households. By eliminating the 15% tax on basic goods such as frozen and canned vegetables, infant food, selected dairy products, and other widely consumed items, retail prices drop overnight, giving families instant savings on their weekly groceries. This VAT removal has also helped soften the impact of exchange rate fluctuation and rising import costs, which would otherwise have pushed prices upward. The measure has therefore acted as a buffer for consumers, ensuring that essential items remain affordable while the Ministry continues to monitor and stabilize the wider market through price control mechanism and the new refund scheme. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight some additional measures that government has taken to increase the purchasing power of a population. These include a payment of a 14-month bonus to employees earning a basic monthly salary of up to 50,000. B, payment of the 2025 salary compensation to earning a basic monthly salary of up to 50,000. C, the reduction in the price of diesel by 5 rupees per litre and mogas by 7 rupees and 75 cents per litre. As regards for Part B of a question, over the next 3 months, basic commodity prices are expected to show moderate overall stability, supported by several favorable external trends. These stabilizing factors are expected to continue easing import cost pressures. At the same time, international prices for rice, wheat, and sugar have fallen by 38%, 10%, and 17% respectively, contributing to a more favorable cost structure for staple import. As such, essential commodities that are already demonstrating declining of stable trends, including vegetables, milk powder, edible oil, and processed cheese, are expected to remain broadly stable, especially those benefiting from subsidies, VAT removal, and control markup. However, certain categories may continue to face upward pressure due to international volatility and supplier-driven adjustment. Global dairy and edible oil prices have risen in recent months, with the FAO Food Price Index showing increases of 6.6% for dairy, 10.5% for edible oil, and 9.7% for meat. These trends, combined with exchange rate sensitivity, imply that commodities such as beef, lamb, coffee, and some processed foods may exhibit moderate increases. Fresh and chilled products such as chicken and yogurt also remain vulnerable to cost adjustments. Madam Speaker, as regards for Part C of a question, based on my Ministry's continuous retailing monitoring across essential product categories, the overall cost of a basic household basket has remained broadly stable as at 31st of October 2025, supported by the combined effects of price control, VAT removal, and recent introduction of subsidies. Our data show that several high consumption items, including cooking oil, powdered milk, processed cheese, frozen vegetables, and baby essentials, recorded notable price reduction ranging from 5% to 24%, while other categories remain steady despite global pressures. Without these measures, a significant portion of the basket would have been subject to upward adjustments driven by higher supplier prices, exchange rate movements, and freight costs. Looking forward, my ministry expects further improvements in the affordability of the consumer basket as the new 6-month refund scheme under the Price Stabilisation Fund begins to take full effect with additional lists of commodities. This scheme is designed to bring immediate and visible reductions on key essentials. In conclusion, since 1 year, the government has been working without respite to help the public cope with a high cost of living. We inherited an economy in distress, characterized by high inflation, a weakened rupee, and a strained fiscal position due to both global crises and bad legacy of the previous administration. Our response has been comprehensive and urgent, combining immediate relief measures for households with reforms aimed at restoring economic stability. Prices of fuel and basic goods have been cut through tax and subsidy intervention. Wages and incomes have been boosted through bonuses and compensation. And essential services like transport, internet, and healthcare are being made more affordable, if not free, for our citizens.
Minister?
I'm finishing. Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, these measures are already bringing relief. Inflation has begun to trend down, and the rupee has stabilized. Most importantly, families are seeing practical benefits. We are continuously monitoring the situation and will not hesitate to introduce additional support if necessary. The cost of living remains our top priority, and this government is committed to ensuring that every Mauritian can afford basic needs and live in dignity despite the challenging economic climate. The path to full economic recovery will take time, and we have started on the right foot. We have started on the right foot by addressing both the root causes and the immediate symptoms. We are confident steering our economy out of trouble. The government's message to the population is clear. We understand your difficulties, and we are taking concrete action to alleviate them. Together, we will overcome this cost of living crisis, and build a more resilient foundation for Mauritians' future.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, please. Your first question.
Yeah, and I hope, Madam Speaker, I'll be given
Yes, I'll
enough
be
time
lenient.
to put
I'll
my
be lenient.
questions, because he has taken 25 minutes to reply to this PNQ.
You don't have to.
Madam Speaker, that argument raised by the Honourable Minister on economic mismanagement by the previous government, la population en a mort, Madame la Présidente. After 1 year, the population wants to see results, as stated by the Deputy Prime Minister himself. Madam Speaker, several budgetary measures, such as the review of the VAT registration threshold for SMEs, the review of the age of eligibility for the basic retirement pension, and the removal of the CSG allowances are having a negative impact on Mauritian households and have contributed to what I would call an affordability and a cost of living crisis. My question, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether his ministry has carried out an assessment or study of these impacts on households? And if not, why such a study has not been carried out until now, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Minister.
Madam
Please,
Speaker.
all of you, one moment. You have to bear in mind, it is true, you took a very long time, Minister. Maybe you replied to everything. But we all have to bear in mind, we only have 30 minutes. Please.
First of all, let me answer his first question. He said that les gens en a marre concernant,
No, you don't
allons
have to
dire,
reply.
on est en train de mettre sur l'ancien gouvernement.
Honourable
This
Minister,
is the truth.
Honourable Minister, please, only reply to his question, and as from now, you don't make comments, you ask a question. Otherwise, I'm going to rise. Otherwise, if we go like this, I'm going to raise the sitting. straightforward answer to that question.
Madam Speaker, this is the truth. They destroyed the economy,
Yes,
and we are here to redress the economy. The ministry is constantly monitor market prices of essential goods. We are doing it full time.
Thank you. Second, question only. Question only. No, you wait for him to finish.
Madam Speaker, the House should not forget that this government was elected on promises to lower prices on everyday goods.
Question!
He is the minister.
Sit down. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, if everybody is going to do this, I'm going to raise the sitting. Second warning. Now you put a question. Yeah, I'm warning everybody. Everybody. Please.
Is the Honourable Minister aware that today at supermarket counters, people are leaving behind goods which they are unable to pay, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, this is why we have come with the measures, removing VAT. We have come with price stabilization fund to alleviate the poor.
Okay, third question, please. Yes, I've seen you. I've noted. Please.
Madam Speaker, in August, government took the decision to subsidize the price of milk. However, the price of milk is on the increase, including, he made reference that there has not been any increase in infant milk, including infant milk. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House as to why government decided to use public funds to subsidize milk products and did not reduce the profit margins on those products?
First of all,
Straight reply.
the profit margin, in fact, there is a maximum markup on basic commodities like milk. And we have to note that price of milk today is a lot cheaper when the MSM was in power. Let me give you some example. Farmland, 1 kg, today is being sold at 267 rupees. And when the MSM was in power, it was around 274 rupees. Snow wheat, 1 kg, 237 rupees today. And when MSM was in power, it was 271 rupees. Anchor, 1 kg, 254 rupees today. And when the MSM was in power, it was 271 rupees.
Okay, Minister, we've got the gist.
Okay.
We've got the gist. Your fourth question, because I have other people waiting. I've got other people waiting.
Madam Speaker, paragraph 51 of the government program refers to new legislation to allow parallel importation of pharmaceutical products, which, as stated, will result in more competitive prices on medicine. Now, more than 10 months have elapsed since that announcement was made. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House where matters stand with regard to pharmaceutical products?
Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition doesn't have to worry about it. We are working on it. Already 1 year, we are working on it. They were in power for 10 years, they didn't do anything.
That's why the Deputy Prime Minister wants to leave the government.
Fifth question.
Madam Speaker, on the same issue, can I ask the Honourable Minister to inform the House what has been done at the level of his ministry to control the prices of medicine, especially those medicines that are not available in our public hospitals?
There is maximum markup on medicine. It's a controlled product.
Okay, sixth question, and then I will let the Chief Whip put a question.
On the same issue. No, let me finish all my questions.
Well,
Madam
I don't know how many you have.
I have a lot of questions. You gave him
All right.
time. You should give me the same amount of time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Everybody,
Madam Speaker,
put the question.
yeah, I'm putting my question. Madam
Members.
Speaker, the prices of basic food such as dal puri and roti have witnessed a significant increase due to ruthless measures taken by this government. Today, NPA Dalpurin, so 18 rupees been 28 rupees in 1 year's time. That is an increase of 10 rupees, Madam Speaker. Does the Honourable Minister realize the harm that has done? And will he inform what corrective measures will be taken to address this, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, it's not all the marchand d'Alpuri who is selling at this price. People need to compare. If it's not value for money, you should not buy it.
Nobody's listening to the minister. You're all talking at the same time. Thank you. Yes. He must give all his questions.
Madam Speaker, the population was promised a decrease of more than 20 rupees on petroleum products. 1 year down in his mandate, is the ministry, is the Honourable Minister in a position to say if this government will respect this pledge made to the nation? Because they won the election.
We will try our best.
Yes. More questions? Yes?
Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, with the...
Let me put things quiet. Now, of course you have the right, but he is the leader of the opposition, it's his time. This is his time. He must finish all his questions. I will give you a chance. I won't be able to give everybody. You're making my life very difficult today.
And we are making the life of the population easy
Carry
today,
on.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with the forthcoming summer and cyclonic period, sooner or later we know that the prices of vegetables will go up. Can the Honourable Minister, because we remember he came to the House with Susu and Brazil. I'll give him the prices on the market today. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House how he intends to maintain reasonable prices of vegetables as we approach the festive season and the end of the year? Prices are more than double, Madam Speaker.
Question, vegetables, and I know the prices.
Madam Speaker, these are seasonal products, but this government has come with maximum markup on frozen vegetable and canned vegetable. Let me give some prices.
Fresh vegetables, I think he's
but
mentioning. Yes.
We can also eat frozen vegetable and canned vegetable. Ambo garden mix, 450 grams. Garden mix. Today it's being sold at 78 rupees. And when the MSM was in power, it was 143 rupees. Ordo mixed vegetable, 400 grams. Today it's being sold at 57 rupees. And when the MSM was in power, it was 101 rupees.
Okay, I will have to give at least one question to the Chief Whip.
Can the Honourable Minister confirm that the prices of the following products have kept on increasing since the beginning of this year? And I have a table that supports what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that is fresh and frozen beef, mutton and chicken, poisson la perle, salted fish, canned pilchard. And will he tell the House what he intends to do to alleviate the loss of affordability this population is facing? Because we're not going to eat only milk in this country.
Short and sweet. Babies take only milk.
He needs to be patient because there's a second list of subsidized products coming soon.
Thank you. Chief Whip.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre pourrait-il indiquer à la Chambre quels étaient le taux d'inflation en 2022 et en 2023 et quel est le taux d'inflation aujourd'hui? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur le ministre, allez-y.
Inflation was huge when the MSM was in power. Let me give you some example. October 2022, it was 9.9%. November 2022, it was 10.3%. December 2022, it was 10.8%. And it was around 11 to 12% in 2023. Today, Let me give some example from July. July 2025, 3.1%. August 2025, 3.3%. September 2025, 3.4%. October 2025, 3.5%.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Portrush North.
Madam Speaker, the Minister should in fact say they started on
No.
the back foot.
Question.
Given that the Minister's government has renegated on all their promises, from the payment of 14th
I want
month,
a question.
decrease of price of fuel, all of the promises that have been made have been renegated. The one, la promesse phare de l'Alliance du changement, c'est la question.
You sit down. I have just said we need questions. We don't need comments. I want you to give a question, otherwise I'll ask someone else to speak.
La promesse phare était bien sûr d'instaurer un fonds de stabilisation de 10 milliards de roupies. Quand est-ce que le ministre peut-il éclaircir la Chambre? Quand est-ce qu'on peut attendre ce fameux fonds de stabilisation à hauteur de 10 milliards de roupies, comme promis, surtout maintenant que le deal des Chagos est en question? Quand?
I don't need an answer. Minister spoke for 20 minutes on the stabilization price. We don't need an answer. Yes, Mr. Jaman. No, Mr. Jaman asked.
Yeah, on the same issue, the price stabilization.
La question c'est quand? What is Madam Speaker, my question? That's the question.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, we have a mandate of 5 years. He has to be patient.
Yes, Mr. Jaman. Yes, I gave
Thank you,
him.
Madam the Speaker.
I gave him.
In the
already.
same vein, to reduce cost of living and improve the purchasing power, can the Honourable Minister seek whether the STC can consider to import more products, basic necessities, in order to alleviate poverty and reduce cost of living?
I thought he already replied to
No,
that as well.
no. The STC, I'm saying the STC.
Very
Can the
short,
STC consider?
Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
We are in this direction.
Yes.
STC will import more
Okay.
products.
Last question, Leader of the
Madam
Opposition.
Speaker,
Then
I
we
get
will
back
break.
to the Price Stabilization Fund. We understand from the reply that out of 492 million rupees, only 73 million rupees has been disbursed until now by the MRE. Now, he made mention of the second list. May I ask the Honourable Minister to inform the House where matters stand with regard to the publication of the second list of products to fall under that fund, when we know that the consumer protection associations have already agreed on the list since 3 months ago, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Speaker,
Last reply.
We have
last
indeed
question.
met the different association of consumer protection. When we had a technical committee between my ministry and the Ministry of Finance,
Let the Minister speak, please.
the interministerial committee will need to meet by next week. Thereafter, we will go to cabinet.
Thank you. Time is up. Now we go to Prime Minister question time. I'm calling Honourable Second Member for Rivière des Anguilles. Yes.
Question B, 1031, please.
Madam Speaker, on the 31st of October 2024, on the night of Diwali, whilst the whole nation was celebrating the victory of light over darkness, the then government took a totally irrational decision which left the country in a state of dismay and darkness. That decision was taken just a few days before the 2024 general elections. On that very day, the then Secretary to the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service, Mr. Pramod Niranjan, informed the office in charge of the Information and Communications Technologies Authority that following a report from the then Deputy Director of the National Security Service, Mr. Urdev Ramdani, that letter was dated 31st of October 2024, that the national security and law and order situation in Mauritius could be jeopardized following the posts and publications and broadcast on social media of alleged telephone conversations of certain political figures from the previous regime and their close associates. According to the then Secretary to the Cabinet and head of the civil service, these conversations allegedly represented a threat to national security of Mauritius and was likely to seriously destabilize the information as well as the fundamental constitutional, economic, social structures of Mauritius. In order to prevent any breakdown of public safety and public order, as well as to maintain law and order in the country, the then Intelligence and Security Coordination Committee had recommended that appropriate and immediate measures be taken. It must be pointed out that the previous government had completely disregarded the views and advice of the then National Security Advisor from India. The then Secretary of the Cabinet and head of the civil service thus directed the officer in charge of ICTA to take appropriate action for the curtailing of the social media platform totally until the 11th of November 2024. That is, on the very date of the proclamation of the results of the general elections, which they thought they were going to win. Madam Speaker, I wish to remind the House that the leaked information which was broadcast on social media was extremely damning against the previous regime, especially on the eve of the general elections. Day after day, the recordings garnered widespread attention among the public, which was then in shock and awe at their contents. Consequently, the board of ICTA, under the chair of Mr. Dick Ning Sui Hua, hastily directed all internet service providers to temporarily suspend access to all social media platforms until the 11th of November 2024 in pursuance of Section 18(1)A of the Information and Communication Technologies Act of 2001. It is in those circumstances that on the 1st of November 2024, the whole nation woke up to the shocking news that the then government had taken the decision to ban social media and reduce internet speed. This unprecedented decision by a regime which was en net perte de vitesse had been taken without the slightest consideration for people who depended on the internet to do the work, on school children who also followed tutorials on the internet during the exam periods, and more importantly, without measuring the impact it would have on the economy of the country. They couldn't care less. The decision was in fact a political ploy hatched at the highest political level to save their skin. They thought they could save their skin against an impending debacle classic to what happens to certain rogue states under despots. Madam Speaker, the level of public outcry against this decision through all walks of life was unimaginable. Clearly, the previous regime had pressed its auto-destruction button. We know what they say, Jupiter rend fou tous ceux qu'il veut détruire. In regard to Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the adverse economic and social impacts of the suspension of social media platforms have been tremendous and devastating. It has generated considerable economic and social disruptions, including loss of revenue for businesses that rely on online advertising or digital sales, disruption of SME operations, particularly those using social media as the primary marketing channel, and negative impact on businessmen and the BPO sector who are totally independent on the internet for their work. More importantly, Madam Speaker, the reputational damage inflicted on our country at the place where the rule of law and freedom of expression prevail and a haven for tourism and business was universally acknowledged. Madam Speaker, I want to reassure the House that my government will never allow such a despicable decision against the nation's interests and which curtail fundamental liberties. As I have indicated on many occasions, my government also stands committed to upholding the fundamental right of freedom of expression while also ensuring that this right is exercised responsibly. Furthermore, I wish to inform the House that the whole matter is still being investigated.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes? Supplementary?
What I understand that there will be a full inquiry on all these issues. And can the inquiry be even undertaken upon the leaked information, the conservation, the purse and all the purse that they try to block on the eve of the election? Can we have a full-fledged inquiry on all these issues?
All these posts have been secured, Madam Speaker, and also there will be a full-fledged inquiry. It has started, but it's going to continue for a while.
Thank you. Yes? Honourable Babaji, first member for Savannah.
B1032.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on Tuesday, the 11th of November 2025, at 12:45, one Mr. B.J.S., a Belgian national residing at La Golette, reported the disappearance of his pleasure craft bearing number PPC 7380 OL10, which had been berthed and moored in the lagoon in front of the Lux Hotel Le Monde at the Black River National Coast Guard Police Post. An inquiry was opened, and on the same day, following information obtained, officers of the National Coast Guard and the CID proceeded to the Petite Rivière Noir Salpan in the ex-shipyard basin where the pleasure craft was found. It was unattended. A search was also carried out in the vicinity of the region, and 15 jerry cans of motor spirit hidden among mangrove vegetation was also discovered about 50 meters from the craft. The CID, the Scene of Crime Office, and FSL personnel were called to the locus for examination of both the craft and the jerry cans which were secured. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the inquiry is ongoing and the police is exploring all avenues, including the possibility that the pleasure craft may have been used to travel to Réunion Island or other neighboring islands. As regards Part B of the question, 31 police officers are posted at the Black River National Coast Guard Police as at the 20th of November 2025. It includes 1 Assistant Superintendent of Police, 9 police sergeants, 19 police constables, and 2 temporary police constables. I'm also informed that in the course of the inquiry, officers have viewed the CCTV footage at Lux Hotel. No arrest has been effected so far. The Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit has also been informed of the present inquiry and has started intelligence gathering given the nature of the items recovered. With regard to Part C of the question, I'm further informed by the Commissioner of Police that it is not envisaged at this point in time to entrust the inquiry to a new team of investigators, but this might have to happen later. Since the Honourable Member has made mention of the Mauritius-Réunion axis, I wish to inform the House that a series of reinforced measures are being implemented to counter illicit activities, including drug trafficking activities, particularly along the Mauritius-Réunion axis. Cooperation with Réunion authorities is ongoing and is being strengthened from the Groupe de Contact sur la Sécurité, which facilitates inter alia real-time intelligence sharing between ATSU and l'antenne d'office anti-stupéfiant for the drug trafficking operations, coordinated maritime surveillance between the National Coast Guard and the Force Armée dans la zone sud de l'océan Indien, information sharing capacity building between the MRA and la Direction Générale des Douanes et des Droits Indirects to counter illicit trafficking, and judicial cooperation between the Attorney General's Office et le Bureau du Procureur Général de la Réunion. These efforts are further supported under the EU-funded Safe Seas Africa initiative, which enhances maritime domain awareness and interagency cooperation through the tripartite regional maritime intelligence sharing between the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center in Madagascar and the Regional Coordination Cooperation Center in Seychelles, as well as the Operation Room of the National Coast Guard. Madam Speaker, following the state visit of President Emmanuel Macron, it was decided to enhance the cooperation between our two nations in the fight against transnational organized crime, in particular narco-trafficking in the Indian Ocean. The police will also benefit from new capacity-building opportunities through the Indian Ocean Academy. These measures and new cooperation avenues will significantly strengthen monitoring, improve enforcement capacity, and deter illicit maritime activities within our national territorial waters.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Babaji.
Will the Honourable Prime Minister enlighten the House to that same place where he just said Les Salines Lagoon? That land was leased to someone who is now jailed in Reunion Island, and that same place the boat was kept for 2 days. And how come those officers do not know the boat was captured over there?
Yes, Prime Minister.
Good question. We'll have to ask the Commissioner of Police. But in fact, they didn't know. They got a tip-off that the boat was there.
Okay, should be okay. Yes, the fourth Honourable Member for Rodrigues, Mr. Edouard.
Madam Speaker, B 1033.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Passport and Immigration Office that on the 9th of April 2025, Mr. L.R., a citizen of Mauritius, aged 61 years, submitted an application for an entry visa for the purpose of marriage on behalf of Ms. A.M.R., a Malagasy national, aged 42 years. On the 16th of May 2025, the application was turned down in the absence of relevant documents. On the 15th of July 2025, Ms. A.M.R. made an appeal to reconsider her application for visa. By virtue of Section 19A2A1 of the Civil Status Act, no marriage shall be celebrated unless an entry visa has been issued to the non-citizen for the purpose of the publication of the intended marriage. Under Section 19A2(3) EA and EB of the Civil Status Act, a non-citizen intending to get married to a Mauritian has to submit the following documents. 1, an affidavit, another legal document, duly sworn by or affirmed by him or her before a court of law in his country of residence or her country of residence, attesting that he is or she is in gainful employment or alternatively has sufficient means to maintain himself and or herself. And 2, an affidavit or any other legal document duly sworn or affirmed by him or her before a court of law in his or her country of residence, attesting the marital status of the person. The policy is to grant entry visa for the purpose of marriage upon submission of the documents as provided under Section 19A of the Civil Status Act. Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that there have been several cases whereby non-citizens have come to Mauritius for the purpose of marriage without the documents required under Section 19A of the Civil Status Act. Since they are not able to get married without these documents, they request for extension of the visas, and therefore they remain in Mauritius on visa for long periods of time. This is why non-citizens applying for visa for the purpose of marrying as citizens are requested to provide upfront the required documents under Section 19A of the Civil Status Act. Ms. A.M.R. has therefore been requested to submit the documents required under Section 19A of the Civil Status Act. As at date, she has not submitted any document. I am informed that there have been instances, Madam Speaker, whereby non-citizens are getting married to citizens for the sole purpose of obtaining residence in Mauritius. In order to address such issues, my office is reviewing the Civil Status Act as well as the Mauritius Citizenship Act and the Immigration Act for any consequential amendments.
Thank you. The table has been advised that PQB 1034, which is the next one, will be replied by Honourable Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations. PQB 1040 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Land Transport, and PQB 1047 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Information Technology, Communication and innovation. So now I think I should call the third member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Etoiria.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the DBM Limited that Mr. Devan Anakuti was enlisted as a part-time service provider for media monitoring for an initial period of 6 months from the 1st of January 2021 to the 30th of June 2021 against an all-inclusive monthly payment of 25,000 rupees. The contract of Mr. Anakuti was subsequently renewed 3 times on the same terms and conditions with the same monthly fee of 25,000 rupees as follows. First renewal was for a period of 6 months from 1st of July 2021 to 31st of December 2021. Then a second renewal for a period of 1 year from the 1st of January 2022 to 31st of December 2022. And a third renewal for a period of 1 year from 1st of January 2023 to 31st of December 2023. At the end of December 2023, a new contract with revised terms was signed with Mr. Anakuti as part-time communication consultant for a period of 1 year from the 1st of January 2024 to the 31st of December 2024 for an all-inclusive monthly fee of 35,000 rupees. The initial contract and each subsequent contract renewal of Mr. Anakuti was approved by the then board of the DBM Limited upon the recommendation of management. Total payment effected to Mr. Anakuti from January 2021 to October 2024 amounted to 1,250,000 rupees for media monitoring only.
Yes. Yes.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that Mr. Anakuti was working, had a dual employment at the same time when he was at the DBM? He was at the Ministry of Fisheries.
This is from what it appears to be the case, yes.
Yes. Okay. Now we have second member for Rodrigue.
Yes, sir.
B1036.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Director of the Pay Research Bureau that in line with the established practice, the Bureau has had consultations with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly as well as the Rodrigues Workers' Federation in the context of the preparation of the next PRB report. Letters were sent to both the Rodrigues Regional Assembly and the Federation requesting written proposals as well as their views and observations on general conditions of service. Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, in July 2023, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly was requested to submit information related to the review exercise. In August 2023, the management of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly and trade unions in Rodrigues were requested to submit their representations. The Pay Research Bureau has conducted a first visit to Rodrigues in June of 2024, whereby the Director and the Officer of the Bureau met the management of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, unions, and federations to explain the approach and methodology that the Bureau would adopt for the 2026 review exercise. Thereafter, 2 additional visits were effected to Rodrigues from the 2nd to the 4th of April 2025 and from the 6th to the 12th of April 2025, respectively, to hold consultations with relevant stakeholders. The Pay Research Bureau has also had meetings with individuals who had expressed an interest to depone. Madam Speaker, it is opportune to note that at the request of one of the federations, a meeting was held with its affiliates in June of 2025 at the Bureau to discuss certain outstanding issues pertaining to pay, grading structures, and conditions of service. Furthermore, in July 2025, a delegation comprising of the Island Chief Executive and the officers of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly had a meeting at the Bureau where several issues in relation to Rodrigues were discussed and cleared.
Thank you. Yes. You're right, Mr. François. The Honourable Second Member for Bureau-Campbell, Mr. Tibble.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question B/1037, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Chief Executive Officer of the Multi-Carrier Mauritius Limited that intermittent FM radio reception in certain parts of the southeast region of Mauritius is a long-standing issue. This is due to the fact that certain regions, especially the coastal road in the southeast region, are mountainous, and therefore the topography of the terrains result in sporadic FM radio reception. Regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the responsibility to ensure adequate radio and signal coverage rests with Multicarrier Mauritius Limited, a company established under Section 28 of the Independent Broadcasting Authority Act. MCML acts as a multiplex operator and is responsible for ensuring that both terrestrial radio and television transmission over the island of Mauritius, Rodrigues, and Agaliga. Madam Speaker, regards Part B of the question, MCML is aware of the situation and is considering the possibility of installing a new FM station in the southeast region to improve radio broadcast signal. MCML is in consultation with the Independent Broadcasting Authority and the Information and Communication Technology Authority and all FM radio operators for the location of specific FM radio broadcast frequencies in that for that region. I'm also informed that at present MCML is undertaking a preliminary test on the FM broadcast reception in the southwest region, and the quality of FM reception in that region is expected to improve within the first quarter of 2026.
Thank you. That should be all right, yes. The Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North.
Yes, 1038.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm answering to both B1038 and B1041 as they are connected. With regard to the number of persons presently overstaying their visas, I'm informed by the Passport and Immigration Office that as at 22nd November 2025, around 9,800 persons are overstaying in Mauritius. I'm further informed that Mr. BRS is a French national born on the 19th of October 1994 in French Guiana and holds a French passport. He came to Mauritius on the 30th of May 2025 from Borneo Island, and it was his first visit to Mauritius. At the immigration counter, he informed that he would stay in the country for a period of 6 days at a guest house in Mayberg for tourism purposes. Security checks and verifications carried out on the Interpol database on the same day revealed nothing adverse on Mr. BRS, and the latter was allowed to enter Mauritius for 15 days. It is to be highlighted that French nationals do not require visa prior to traveling to Mauritius. On the 14th of June 2025, date on which his visa expired, he neither left the country nor applied for an extension of his stay. Since that date, he was being looked for the tracing and tracking team of the Passport and Immigration Office. I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 29th of October 2025, at around 12:15, following information obtained by the police, Mr. BRS and two other persons, namely Mr. JPSC and Mr. JFIG, who were in a private car, were intercepted at Royal Road, La Sousse, Central Flag, by CID Eastern Division. They were found to be in possession of suspected drugs and other incriminating articles, including one rifle without any label nor any serial number, one black plastic wrapping containing a quantity of white powder suspected to be cocaine on the right side jacket of Mr. BRS, one plastic parcel wrapping a quantity of white powder suspected to be cocaine in the car, one knife sharpener, one what they call a Rambo knife from under the observer's seat, and two black hoodies and one pair of black and red gloves. All these items were secured by the police and the three persons were arrested. Mr. BRS confessed his guilt. I'm also informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the same day, that is the 29th of October 2025, at 13:40 hours, a case of sequestration, which occurred on the 25th of October, at around 23:00 hours at L'Espérance Trébuchet, was reported against Mr. BRS at Piton Police Station. On the 30th of October, he was provisionally charged before District Court of Flag for the offence of drug dealing, to wit, possession of cocaine for the purpose of distribution and conspiracy to commit sequestration. He was remanded to police cell. Mr. BRS appeared before the District Court of Flag on the 6th of November, on the 13th of November, and the 20th of November 2025. The police has objected to his release on bail, and he has been remanded to police cell until the 27th of November 2025. whereas the other two persons were released on bail on the 20th of November 2025. On the 2nd of November 2025, the National Central Bureau of Interpol in Mauritius sought information from the National Central Bureau of Interpol in France on Mr. BRS. Thereafter, on the 4th of November, Interpol France issued a red notice against Mr. BRS, who is wanted for drug-related offences, participation in a criminal conspiracy with a view to preparing an offence punishable by 10 years imprisonment, and also money laundering. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that investigation by the police is ongoing regarding all the cases reported against Mr. BRS. The inquiry will reveal whether there is any connection with the recent cocaine seizure on the MV Alpha Bravery. By virtue of the provisions of the Passport Regulations 1969, nationals of almost all countries are granted visa on arrival after having satisfied immigration requirements and security checks. This system has given rise to many persistent abuses, as evidenced by the significant number of overstayers. My government will take remedial actions to strengthen the border control system by amending the legal and regulatory frameworks where necessary to prevent the occurrence of such abuses.
Thank you, Mr. Duval. Yes.
First question, Madam Speaker. Given that this person has remained nearly 4 months on the territory without a visa, valid visa, and that he was publishing videos on social media, which in fact are being used to prefer charges against him, videos that tells about his violent and unlawful activities. It puts into question, raises issues on the role of the Field Intelligence Unit, which reports to the Prime Minister, the Commissioner of Police, and how, for 4 months, such a violent individual convicted for murder and drug trafficking internationally has been allowed to come and do that not in front of them on social media. So that is the first question.
This is why I said we have to review all these things. Because today, he just said murder and all this. But when they check on the Interpol list, it wasn't there. That is the problem. We have a deficient system, which we're going to look at, change, because many countries in the world are now using a new system. It might cost a little money, but a new system where these individuals won't be able to come in.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes, more questions.
Question, Madam Speaker. Can the Prime Minister clarify whether, given the exemption from visa requirements for people travelling from France, whether the same checks are done for those travellers coming from a French territory as would be another traveller coming from a country where a visa is required? Therefore, are the procedures for background checks the same as in the case of this Mr. El Capo?
My understanding it is. Whether it's being done or not, I don't know, but my understanding it is. It's the same check.
Okay, Mr. Babaji, you have a question? No, because your PQ was also answered by the Prime Minister. Let me proceed now. We've finished with. Sorry.
And 39.
So it's 39 now, huh? Give me 1 moment. Well, there we are. Third member for Bobassa.
B1039, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 28th of March 2023, Mr. BSR made a declaration to the Central CID to the fact that in November 2021, he decided to purchase a villa from import of the Ireva Villas, a project of Arriva Immobilier Limited, and represented by Mr. ACP as director. On the 24th of November 2021, Mr. BSR signed a contrat de réservation préliminaire Société Civile Immobilière d'Attribution with Arriva Immobilier Limited for an initial contract of around 8.2 million rupees. On the 13th of December 2021, a down payment of 1.5 million rupees was made. On the 17th of February 2022, Mr. BSR paid a sum of 3.5 million rupees. On the 7th of December 2022, Mr. ACP requested him to pay an additional sum of 2.2 million rupees over and above the agreed amount of 8.2 million rupees. He refused to pay the amount, the extra amount, he has served a mise en demeure to the director of Arriva Immobilier Limited. He has given this declaration as a measure of precaution as he intends to enter a civil suit against the company. In accordance with established procedures, an inquiry is initiated even if a precautionary measure has been given, whether the offense has been committed or not. Police started an inquiry on the matter. It has recorded statements from 6 persons, including Mr. D.R., notary, Mr. C.P., director of Ivera Villas, who denied the allegation leveled against them, and they were allowed to go. The other 4 statements were from witnesses. I must point out that despite the fact that a declaration was made to the police on the 28th of March 2023, it was only on the 13th of May 2025, more than 2 years afterwards, that the case was forwarded for advice to the office of the DPP. This even, there's a cloud, there's the nebula of cloud here. Why did it take more than 2 years for the case to be forwarded to the DPP? On the 22nd of May 2025, ODPP requested, the office of the DPP requested the police to initiate further investigation. The police is attending the request. I started the inquiry. I am also informed by the Commissioner of Police that the names of 2 notaries public have been mentioned and that the inquiry is going on. I'm informed that the FCC has received several complaints made by victims against the owner of Venice's property and the owner of Arriva Immobilier Limited, following which the latter had initiated 2 investigations for money laundering with predicate offense of swindling occurring as from year 2022. An inquiry is still ongoing on this matter as well. The Honourable Member will appreciate that perhaps at this stage I can't give further details.
Thank you. Yes.
Non, Madame la Présidente, ce genre d'escroquerie devient malheureusement trop fréquent et font beaucoup trop de victimes mauriciennes de la diaspora, mais aussi étrangères. Donc, le Premier ministre peut-il nous dire si des moyens seront mis en œuvre pour prévenir de tels actes, car il y a beaucoup trop d'escrocs qui sévissent en toute impunité dans ce secteur.
And also there's going to be a new law practitioners bill that is coming on. We have to look at all these notaries as well.
Yes.
The 2 of them were well known. I suppose you know who they are.
Thank you. Last question. Time will be up.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Même si des procès au civil, voire au pénal, sont engagés, les victimes ne recouvrent pas leurs investissements. Donc, le Premier ministre peut-il voir avec le bureau de l'Attorney General pour que les lois soient amendées en exigeant, par exemple, de fortes garanties aux investisseurs, aux promoteurs, garanties qui peuvent éventuellement servir à indemniser les victimes.
I think I will ask the Attorney General to look into this matter.
Yes, time is up. Now, the table has been advised. The following PQs have been withdrawn. B1061, B1047, B1055, B1042, B1046, B1052, B1045. Now, we've got very little time left before we break for lunch. We can still start. Yes, let's start with question time. Yes? Everybody wants to break, right? No. Questions. B10, Mr. Babaji again. Vous avez enlevé. J'ai pas eu le temps tellement ça va vite. Allez, vous allez me dire, Honourable Chief Whip.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B1056.
Yes.
Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission, je dépose les informations sur le nombre de plaintes reçues, celles résolues, celles en attente, ainsi que les principales catégories de plaintes reçues au cours des 2 dernières années de la part des consommateurs de la CWA pour la circonscription numéro 18. Concernant la partie B de la question, j'ai appris que la ligne d'assistance 170 fonctionnait auparavant 24/7. Cependant, ces horaires d'ouverture ont été modifiés et sont désormais de 5 heures le matin, AM, à 23 heures, à compter du 1er septembre 2022. Néanmoins, en période de forte affluence et pendant les fêtes, la ligne d'assistance 170 reste ouverte 24/7, compte tenu du volume d'appels. Concernant la partie C de la question, j'ai appris que la hotline 170 est gérée en interne par la CWA, qui compte actuellement 15 employés. L'équipe comprend un coordinateur des relations publiques et de la communication, 2 chefs d'équipe et 12 agents de service clientèle. Face à une charge de travail croissante, la hotline 170 s'appuie fortement sur ses 14 employés à temps partiel aussi, qui travaillent par roster de 5 heures le matin à 9 heures à domicile et de 16 heures à 21 heures, afin d'assurer le fonctionnement quotidien et de traiter les demandes des clients. Malgré ce dispositif, le service expérience client reste en sous-effectif par rapport au nombre d'appels reçus, notamment en cas de coupure d'eau majeure ou de problèmes d'approvisionnement en eau régionaux. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie D de la question, j'ai appris que les réclamations sont traitées par les équipes d'exploitation des 6 zones de distribution d'eau, donc nous avons 6 zones. Ces équipes sont également confrontées à un manque de matériel et de personnel pour effectuer des réparations, les raccordements à domicile et les autres interventions. Il convient de préciser que le réseau de la CWA est ancien et présente des défaillances dans plusieurs régions, ce qui le rend sujet aux ruptures des tuyaux. Selon la complexité des réclamations, le délai de réponse moyen est de 2 à 3 jours. Ce délai peut être plus long dans certains cas, notamment si des travaux importants sont nécessaires ou en cas d'indisponibilité de l'entrepreneur. J'ai également appris que la CWA a approuvé un système de roster révisé, assurant ainsi la disponibilité de la ligne d'assistance 170, désormais 24/7. Ce système mobilisera un effectif total de 33 personnes, qui permettra de se passer du personnel à temps partiel. Donc on recrute actuellement 33 personnes pour travailler et sera renforcé par des équipes administratives chargées du suivi des réclamations jusqu'à leur résolution.
Madame la Présidente.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre s'il trouve acceptable que la hotline 170, censée assister la population, que la majorité des plaintes demeurent ni traitées, ni suivies, ni même accompagnées d'un retour aux usagers, et le personnel ne s'adresse pas correctement au public. Peut-il également préciser si lui-même, le ministre responsable de la CWA, est satisfait de la performance de ce service? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie l'honorable membre pour sa question. Je dois souligner, Madame, que je suis nullement satisfait personnellement des performances du hotline 170 de la CWA. Je suis pleinement conscient des nombreuses difficultés auxquelles le public est confronté, notamment par le manque de réactivité, exactement comme l'a si bien dit l'honorable membre, de ce service face à la détresse des abonnés qui subissent des situations de water stress. Je peux d'ailleurs témoigner que j'ai personnellement téléphoné sur le 170 et j'ai appris plus tard que le Deputy Prime Minister, le DPM, a aussi téléphoné sur le hotline, et je peux dire que le DPM a eu plus de chance que moi. Quand moi j'ai appelé, quand j'ai appelé le 170, madame, afin d'évaluer le fonctionnement du service, j'ai pu constater les mêmes problèmes que ceux rapportés par nos concitoyens. C'est précisément pour cette raison, Madame la Présidente, que j'ai demandé un rapport complet sur la performance du service hotline soit soumis dans les plus brefs délais. J'ai demandé aussi au General Manager d'écrire officiellement celui qui est responsable de ce hotline 170, et une lettre est sortie, un warning letter est sorti adressé à celui qui est responsable de ce hotline. J'attends, je dois le dire ici à l'Assemblée nationale, et je suis sûr que les employés responsables de ce hotline m'écoutent actuellement parce qu'ils savent ce que Ils ne sont pas au courant de ce que je vais dire ici, mais ils savent que ça va chauffer. J'attends de ce service qu'il soit beaucoup plus réactif et qu'une meilleure coordination soit assurée entre le Online 170 et le département de camions-citernes de la CWA, afin que les doléances des abonnés puissent être traitées plus efficacement dans les meilleurs délais. Il est également clair qu'une augmentation des effectifs, donc on recrute là, comme je le disais un peu plus tôt, devra être envisagée pour améliorer de manière durable la performance et la qualité de ce service essentiel au public.
Je fais juste une remarque. C'est ce qu'on appelle le numéro vert. Ce n'est pas que le 170 qui est déficient.
Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est le 170.
Je sais.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre peut-il informer la Chambre s'il est au courant que plusieurs tuyaux ont été posés à Belle-Rose 4 sous l'Ancien Régime, mais n'ont jamais été raccordés, laissant ainsi les habitants sans accès à l'eau dont ils ont désespérément besoin. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Oui, je dirais quelques mots dessus, avec votre permission, Madame la Présidente. Je comprends très bien ce que l'honorable membre dit en ce qui concerne le raccordement des tuyaux à 4 bornes, mais malheureusement, il n'y a pas à 4 bornes. Si vous allez en direction de la Cascavel, par exemple, l'ancien ministre doit bien moins savoir. Si vous allez en direction de Cascavel, quittant Bossonge, vous allez voir sur la gauche des tuyaux, des gros tuyaux que nous avons installés en 2023, sûrement en 2024, en payant des millions de roupies. Ces tuyaux ne sont jamais raccordés. Il n'y a pas que ça. Il y a Tamarin, par exemple. Il y a Tamarin, par exemple. Le ministre est au courant. Le ministre est au courant. À Tamarin. Morcellement, les salines à Tamarin. Le morcellement. Laissez-moi répondre. À morcellement, les salines à Tamarin. Des tuyaux ont été posés pour des millions et des millions de roupies. Ces tuyaux n'ont jamais. Mais le ministre est au courant. Malheureusement, il ne pouvait pas mettre la raison avec Prakash Mantora. C'est ça la raison. Il ne pouvait pas le faire. Parce que l'ancien directeur général de la Central Water Authority ne répondait pas au ministre, répondait à la cuisine. C'est ça le souci aujourd'hui.
Merci. Chers amis, il nous reste 5 minutes. Est-ce que ça vaut le coup? Je ne crois pas. Je vous prie. Vous voulez parler, poser votre question?
Go for my B1040. My question, my PQ B1040 that was for Prime Minister allocated to...
Was already replied.
No, it hasn't been replied, but has gone to Minister of Land and Transport.
J'ai rien compris. J'ai rien compris. Vous, pour l'instant, votre numéro, c'est 1057. Après lunch. OK. Let's break for lunch. Break for lunch. 2:30. 2:30. J'ai pas compris. 2:30. we resume question time. The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses-Drieuet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1057.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that the Division of the Veterinary Services of the Ministry has received application for permit for the importation of livestock from 3 importers, that is Sokovia, Ubora Ventures Limited, and Panju Mamad Ishan Musa in 2025, and all 3 importers have been issued with import permits during the year. As regards Part B of the question, it is clear from my reply to Part A, there is no monopoly or dominant position in the sector. Concerning Part C of the question, 2 importers have made application during the month of October and November 2025. An import permit has been granted to Sokovia Bellevue Limited, whereas the application of Ubora Ventures Limited received on the 26th of 2025 for import of 700 cattle from South Africa is awaiting determination. I am informed, Madam Speaker, that the reason for the delay in processing the application of Ubora Ventures is because a preliminary environmental report is awaited from the Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change.
Yes, Mr. Rupi?
The Honourable Minister advised the House if the whole approval process at the end of the day rests with the 2 veterinary officers of his ministry.
It does not rest on 2 veterinary officers of the ministry, but it rests on the advice tendered by them. And of course, you know, the matter is then referred to the ministry to ensure that there is full assessment, in the light of which a decision is taken to serve the interests of all parties concerned.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Second Member for Belrose and Quatre-Bornes. Chief Whip.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. 1058.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I propose to reply to PQB 1058 and PQB 1073 together, as they relate to the same subject matter.
73?
1073.
Thank you.
I wish to thank the honourable members for raising these questions, which have been a real concern since I took office and even long before as member of the opposition. My colleagues will agree with me that a child's place is not in a shelter, and certainly not in a psychiatric hospital. With regard to minors removed from their families, I am tabling the information of children who are admitted in public hospitals, including Brown Sequoia Mental Health Care Hospital, with the dates of admission and discharge. These children are under a court order granted by the Children's Court. Madam Speaker, reasons for overstaying at hospitals are multiple, ranging from A, residential care institutions licensed under the Residential Care Institutions Regulations of the Children's Act 2020 to admit children of specific age group are running at full capacity. Accepting a new resident will breach capping, ratios, or supervision standards. B, staffing levels in existing RCIs cannot be adjusted to ensure care, particularly for those children with psychiatric disorders and mental illness, which result in the display of behavioral attitudes and aggressivity. 3, children with psychiatric illness, mental disorders, sexualized behaviors require one-to-one care attention, and the existing staffing level in RCIs cannot attend to same. This requires additional recruitment, and there is a serious lack of caregivers on the job market. Given the situation, hospitals provide this safe supervision until a compliant placement becomes available. I am informed that overstay occurs only when all legally permitted alternatives are exhausted. It is also important to flag out that one of the measures that we have taken is to entrust children in foster families. For the first time, we marked the Foster Care Day this year, and more than 100 families have registered as potential foster parents. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that, with regard to overstay of minors in hospitals, a first meeting of a steering committee, co-chaired by my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, and myself, was held on 11th August to discuss and find solutions. Discussions were also held on the appropriate and dedicated support to be provided to these children. Subsequent meetings, co-chaired by representatives of my ministry and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, were held on 18th August, 2nd September, and 28th October this year, respectively. Madame la Présidente, nous avons hérité d'une situation complexe. La plupart de nos carers ne disposent pas de formation nécessaire pour accompagner, encadrer, réhabiliter les enfants qui nous sont confiés, particulièrement ceux dits with behavioral concern. Et comme le Children's Act 2020 désigne l'hôpital comme place of safety, il y a eu une tendance ces dernières années de placer ces enfants au Brown Sequoia Mental Health Care Hospital par défaut. C'est une situation qui a duré pendant de longues années. Or, ces enfants ne représentent pas un groupe homogène. Il n'existe pas de solution unique. Chacun connaît une réalité personnelle, souvent bouleversante, avec des besoins spécifiques qui requièrent une approche individualisée. Madame la Présidente, je dois attirer l'attention de cette Chambre sur une pratique qui a été tolérée sous l'Ancien Régime et qui doit cesser immédiatement: la surmédication systématique des enfants placés en milieu psychiatrique. Nous sommes d'avis que le placement en milieu psychiatrique doit être l'exception, jamais la règle, et limité dans le temps. Il nous faut des structures spécialisées de type thérapeutique communautaire avec des équipes multidisciplinaires. Les admissions prolongées en psychiatrie sont reconnues comme contraires au développement de l'enfant. Madame la Présidente, que proposons-nous? Premièrement, revoir la législation pour limiter strictement la durée de séjour des enfants dans nos établissements hospitaliers. Deuxièmement, promouvoir les familles d'accueil pour permettre aux enfants de vivre dans un environnement familial. Cela nous évitera d'ouvrir de shelters. Concernant les enfants présentant des troubles comportementaux, nous avons constitué un comité présidé par le secrétaire permanent de mon ministère pour transférer le Rehabilitation Youth Center, le RYC, actuellement sous tutelle du bureau du Premier ministre, vers mon ministère. L'objectif est de mettre en place un véritable programme d'encadrement et de réhabilitation. Cela nécessitera un changement de mentalité profond. Certains officiers demeurent convaincus que leur rôle consiste à punir ces enfants, à les corriger. Ces vieilles habitudes sont tenaces et doivent être combattues. Comment? En recrutant les personnes appropriées et en les formant adéquatement. C'est ce que nous proposerons dans le prochain budget. Madame la Présidente, concernant la question de l'après-18 ans, malheureusement, nous ne disposons actuellement d'aucune solution de logement. Le sujet a été évoqué avec mes collègues, le ministre du Logement et des Terres. et celui du ministère de l'Intégration sociale, de la Sécurité sociale et de la Solidarité nationale, nous nous pencherons sur la question. En attendant une solution étatique pérenne, nous sommes en pourparlers avancés avec une ONG qui accueille déjà certains de nos enfants et qui serait disposée à leur fournir un hébergement temporaire jusqu'à ce qu'ils acquièrent une autonomie financière. Madame la Présidente, tout est à revoir. Les shelters censés être des refuges provisoires sont malheureusement devenus des lieux d'hébergement permanent. Il est impératif de repenser l'encadrement de nos enfants. Notre mission n'est plus simplement de les garder, mais de les préparer à la vie. C'est à cette tâche que mon ministère s'attelle avec détermination, dans les limites de nos moyens actuels, mais avec la ferme volonté d'apporter les changements structurels que ces enfants méritent. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Allez-y.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie la ministre pour sa réponse hier. Hier, en visitant certains hôpitaux, j'ai été témoin d'une réalité bouleversante, comme l'a si bien dit la ministre. 25 enfants placés par le ministère restent bloqués dans nos hôpitaux, faute de placement. Et je me permets une petite parenthèse pour dire que j'ai été agréablement surprise de rencontrer, une minute, c'est un sujet qui n'est pas politique, et je voudrais qu'on me donne le temps de poser ma question. C'est un sujet sensible, pas politique, alors donnez-moi le temps de m'exprimer. J'ai visité des hôpitaux, j'ai rencontré du personnel passionné, et vraiment, c'était bien. La ministre trouve-t-elle acceptable que rien que pour 2025, 18 enfants placés, pourtant autorisés à quitter l'hôpital, sont privés de scolarité, d'un placement et pire, exposés aux infections? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, naturellement, je ne trouve pas cela normal du tout. C'est pourquoi j'ai dit dans ma réponse que nous explorons toutes les possibilités pour que ces enfants puissent d'abord être confiés à des familles d'accueil. The last resort will be the shelter. Nous sommes sur la même longueur d'onde, Madame la Présidente. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec l'honorable membre que la place des enfants ne se trouve pas dans les hôpitaux ni dans les shelters. La place d'un enfant est dans une famille biologique de préférence, dans sa famille biologique de préférence, mais s'il y a des problèmes, si des problèmes persistent dans la famille biologique, donc la dernière solution serait une famille d'accueil.
Famille étendue aussi, pas juste biologique.
Oui.
Next of kin, they call it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie l'honorable ministre pour sa réponse, que j'ai bien écoutée par rapport à la question B1073. En attendant les autres ministères concernés, est-ce que la ministre peut confirmer s'il y a eu une étude approfondie à ce sujet et comment aider ces jeunes qui autrement vont finir leur vie dans les rues ou entre les mains des réseaux de drogue sans encadrement approprié? Merci.
Madame la Présidente, à ma connaissance, il n'y a pas eu jusqu'ici d'études faites concernant le cas de ces enfants-là. Mais nous procédons actuellement à, allons dire, un survey inofficiel pour voir le nombre d'enfants touchés par ce problème et essayer de voir des alternatives pour confier ces enfants-là dans des structures appropriées autres que les rues.
OK. Merci, Madame. Madame la ministre, peut-elle confirmer, est-ce qu'il y a un time frame pour cela et combien de temps ça va prendre?
Je suis désolée de dire que cela va prendre le temps qu'il faudra parce que nous disposons de peu de moyens financiers. Il nous faudra attendre le prochain budget pour savoir s'il y a un time frame ou pas. Donc, à ma connaissance, nous travaillons, allons dire, à un rythme effréné pour pouvoir confier ces enfants-là, allons dire, les abriter comme il se doit, mais il n'y a pas de time frame, cela va prendre le temps qu'il faudra. Comme je vous dis, on travaille avec des moyens très très limités. Il nous faudra voir dans le prochain budget comment faire pour aller plus vite.
J'espère qu'une solution sera trouvée avant.
On ne parle pas assez, mademoiselle, Miss.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Les social workers du ministère de la Santé ne sont présents qu'aux heures de bureau et en demi-journée le samedi. La ministre trouve-t-elle raisonnable que pendant tout le reste du temps, aucun carer ne soit fourni par son ministère pour encadrer les enfants placés dans nos hôpitaux? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Minister.
Bien sûr que ce n'est pas normal, Madame la Présidente. Ce n'est pas normal du tout. Mais je le dis et je l'ai dit et je le redis. Nous avons des caregivers qui ne sont pas formés du tout. Nous avons hérité malheureusement d'une situation complexe et difficile pour nos enfants. Certains caregivers travaillent de bonne foi, mais il y a d'autres qui peut-être veulent travailler, mais n'ont pas la formation nécessaire pour encadrer, accompagner, allons dire même surveiller ces enfants-là. Donc, on n'a pas le nombre de carers formés à ce sujet.
Une petite dernière, Madame.
Je comprends l'importance de cette question. Je pense que vous savez pourquoi. Allez-y. Je vous laisse.
Une petite
Madame la
dernière
ministre, vous êtes sur le grill, là.
Okay,
Il faut accepter. Il faut accepter. C'est normal.
Alors, la ministre peut-elle confirmer à la Chambre si elle est informée que des mineurs qui ont été que plusieurs mineurs ont été envoyés directement au Brown Sequoia Hospital par son ministère sans même avoir été pris en charge par un hôpital classique? Juge-t-elle cette pratique acceptable? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, je ne suis pas au courant de ce cas. Si l'honorable membre a des informations précises, je lui demande de ne pas hésiter de venir vers moi pour que je puisse enquêter davantage et trouver une solution, bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis-je demander à l'honorable ministre si elle est au courant de ce cas de ce jeune garçon âgé de 17 ans et forcé en ce moment de rester dans un hôpital public jusqu'à ce qu'il atteigne ses 18 ans au mois de mars prochain. Est-ce que la Child Development Unit a-t-elle été informée de ce cas? Si oui, qu'est-ce qui sera fait?
Je vais répondre la même chose. Je ne suis pas au courant de ce cas. Si vous avez un cas spécifique, n'hésitez pas à venir vers moi ou vers les services du ministère. On va s'enquérir et prendra les décisions qui s'imposent.
Quel hôpital, au moins? Quel hôpital? G2 à Port-Louis. Je pense qu'on peut laisser la ministre souffler un peu. Allez-y, allez. Moi, maintenant, du coup, je suis perdue, comme d'habitude. Allez. Nous avons, je pense, l'honorable second member for Vieux-Grand-Port. Right?
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Is question B/1059, please.
Yes. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit that the issue of providing additional parking facilities at Point du Diable does not fall under purview of that unit. However, as per information obtained from the Beach Authority, only 2 parking areas are currently available at the locus, both accommodating a total of 12 parking lots. These parking spaces have been provided by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change as part of the coastal protection works and partly by the National Heritage Fund as the ruins of the French batteries located there is a National Heritage Site. The topography of the land at Point du Diable as well as the geometry of the road makes it very difficult for the provision of additional space, as requested in the question. Being given that the place is a very popular viewpoint, the available parking spaces are fully booked, particularly during weekends, and vehicles even park on the roadside, thus giving rise to potential traffic hazards. As regards Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I have requested the TRMSU to consider the possibility of implementing appropriate traffic management measures along the coastal road at the locus with a view to improving road safety. The police has also been requested to step up enforcement on inconsiderate on-street parking, particularly during weekends. Madam Speaker, as we are dealing with the issue of parking, allow me, and I seek your indulgence for 2 minutes at most, to raise a problem faced by disabled persons in our towns. There are 80 parking spaces provided by the for disabled persons. My colleague, Mr. Honourable Ashok Subho, Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, has recently drawn my attention, last week in fact, to the fact that the parking slot earmarked for disabled persons are very often illegally occupied by other vehicle users. This causes undue hardships to those who really need these parking facilities for their commuting and access to essential services. To deter such practices, my ministry is considering to introduce strong measures against contraveners. To that effect, the parking fines for illegal use of parking slots reserved for disabled persons will be reviewed upwards. And we are thinking of doing this in the context of the revised parking rates that was announced by the Honourable Prime Minister during budget time. As such, the project fine of 1,000 rupees provided for such unlawful use of parking could be increased to 5,000 rupees, subject to government approval. As a last note, Madam Speaker, I therefore appeal to vehicle users to be very cautious and abstain from parking illegally in areas demarcated for disabled persons. Thank you.
Yes, Madam the Speaker, being given that this is a very popular historical site attracting lots of tourists and local visitors on weekdays and public holidays, would the Honourable Minister consider the possibility of requesting the relevant authorities to remove the wooden barriers that are next and adjacent to the existing canal itself and provide adequate parking facilities for the safety of the road users and the visitors?
I will ask the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit to liaise with the Ministry of Environment and to try and sort out this issue. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Honourable Third Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, will you wait for a few minutes, please? Honourable Mohammed is stuck in the traffic, so we'll wait. Hopefully he will be here. Let's proceed with Honourable Third Member for Babassin and Petite Rivière. Mr. Kiran.
1062, please.
Speaker, the former Liverpool Football Club International Academy Mauritius, commonly referred to as the Liverpool Football Academy, was set up in June 2019 and was based at the Côte d'Or National Sport Complex. I'm informed by the Mauritius Multi-Sport Infrastructure Limited that the young footballers who form part of the former Liverpool Football Academy benefited from a comprehensive support program across all age groups. This included free coaching, provision of training kits and transport facilities to attend training sessions 3 times weekly, medical and paramedical assistance, including physiotherapy session and access to gym facilities, regular physical fitness assessment and guidance on proper nutrition and diet. The trainees were covered by an insurance scheme, and trainees who required academic assistance were granted financial support by the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sports. The trainees of Liverpool Football Academy were also offered the opportunity to participate in annual tours. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am further informed by the Mauritius Infrastructure Limited that only 4 players have progressed to professional football, 3 in USA and 1 in France. 6 other players had trials in professional clubs in Europe and Réunion Island, but unfortunately they were not successful in securing contracts. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Mauritius Multi-Sport Infrastructure Limited that over its 6 years of operation, players released by the Liverpool Football Academy were used as a feeder system to the national football leagues. Those who were unable to secure position in the National Football League subsequently joined the Centre Technique National François Blacard, which provides a continuation pathway for players aged 18 to 20. Notwithstanding what I have just stated, Madam Speaker, I have to draw the attention of this House to the fact that the operation of the Liverpool Football Academy, together with its annual license fee, has cost the state more than 168 million rupees over its 6 years of operation. That is from 2019 to 2025. Madam Speaker, out of 545 players who have been trained under the Liverpool Football Academy, only 4 were able to secure contract with professional football team. Even more alarming, Madam Speaker, 72 players were dismissed by the Academy for poor performance. A whopping 112 players had quit and 54 had to leave having reached the age limit. Pour un gouvernement responsable, Madame la Présidente, poursuivre sur cette voie n'était plus acceptable, compte tenu de l'état de profonde précarité dans lequel se trouvait l'économie mauricienne et les résultats non concluants. And it is precisely for this reason, Madam Speaker, that this government, as part of its program for the revival of sport, football, has come up with a new structure in form of a Centre National d'Excellence de Football.
Thank you. Yes, fine. Now I can call again on Honourable. Oh, you want to? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Merci. Donc, peut-on savoir de l'honorable ministre, avec la fermeture de l'Académie de Liverpool, combien de joueurs de l'ancienne Académie qui vont intégrer le Centre national de formation François Blacard? Est-ce que le centre est déjà opérationnel ou bien ce sera le cas dans un proche avenir? Combien de jeunes footballeurs, toutes catégories confondues, qui étaient au Liverpool Academy ont intégré ou vont intégrer la nouvelle structure qui sera mise en place?
Madam Speaker, I would refer the honourable member to my reply to PQB 999 on la relance du football à Maurice. At our sitting on the 11th November 2025, you will have all the answer, all the reply required.
Madame la Présidente, je n'ai pas malheureusement sous la main la réponse
On va lui faire confiance
du
pour
ministre.
le moment?
Lui faire confiance, on verra bien. Et peut-il nous dire, malgré toutes les garanties qu'il nous a données par rapport à la nouvelle structure, il n'est pas sans savoir qu'il y a eu quand même cette période de transition entre la fermeture de l'Académie de Liverpool et l'ouverture de la nouvelle structure François Blacard. Il y a quand même eu plusieurs mois.
Une période grise, on va dire.
Une période morte pour ces jeunes. Donc, il n'est pas sans savoir que les fléaux qui sont là et ces jeunes sont laissés à eux-mêmes, ont été laissés à eux-mêmes. Donc, si je comprends bien, l'honorable ministre, peut-il nous confirmer effectivement que tous ces jeunes qui étaient à Liverpool Academy, c'est ça ma question, c'est une question simple, il peut très bien répondre s'il le veut, combien de ces jeunes vont intégrer la nouvelle structure sans que personne ne soit laissé au bord de la route?
Maybe you can answer
Already,
that. Yes.
No, I can answer, Madam Speaker. Already all the young footballers that was in the football academy, Liverpool Academy, they are practicing now at the
Blackout. Yes, that reply that should. We will find out in due course. You'll find out in due course. I'm coming back to the Honourable third member for Granby-Poudredon, and I welcome back our Honourable Minister for Housing. I thought I'd lost you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies once again. When it rains, it rains. Thank you. So in answer to the question, I'm informed that the District Council of Pamplemousse is liaising with the Montchoisy Group for a release of 6 acres of private land at Fond-du-Sac for the construction of the market fair. And that is following important meetings that have happened in 2025. And I believe that I'm informed that on 2nd of April 2025, the Ministry of Local Government confirmed to my ministry that the market fair and other associated amenities project at Fond-du-Sac forms part of the list of projects to be implemented. The latter ministry had on the 12th of February 2025 also submitted a preliminary layout plan for market fair project. This is the information I have.
All right, yes. The Honourable First Member for La Caverne-Phoenix.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B 1063, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the Honourable Member to my response to PQB 46 from the sitting of 4 February 2025, in which I provided an update regarding the status of implementation of e-health project, which forms part of government's broader digital transformation agenda aimed at modernizing service delivery across the health sector. Madam Speaker, Phase 1 focuses on the deployment of the foundational modules that establish the necessary digital infrastructure to support patient and health service management. The core module include a patient administration system, PAS, e-health portal and mobile application, blood transfusion services, BTS, and donor management application, reporting and analytics, and laboratory information management systems. Additional modules that were initially earmarked for Phase 2 were also brought forward with a view to providing a fully paperless patient experience at the earliest possible stage. As a result of this exercise, the testing phase started on 23rd of August 2025 at Flag Hospital, which was the most advanced in terms of site preparedness. The system is currently being piloted there and in several associated primary healthcare facilities, namely Bel Air and Belvedere Mediclinics, Bramstan Area Health Center, and Medine Kandemas Community Health Center. Weekly interministerial committee meetings are being held with the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, the UNDP, and the consortium to fast-track implementation and resolve operational challenges in real time. Madam Speaker, with regard to the e-dispensing component, I am informed that the pharmacy module currently provides the functionality for pharmacies to view electronic prescriptions directly from the pharmacy desk and to manually mark each prescribed medicine as fully or partially dispensed. This allows for accurate tracking of prescription dispensed under the e-health system. At this stage, however, the module doesn't yet include the inventory management feature, which means that automated real-time stock control is not available at this stage. The inventory management system, together with the full e-dispensing capability, where prescriptions will be transmitted electronically from the consultation room to the pharmacy, will be implemented in a subsequent phase of this project. Madam Speaker, once the full pharmacy module is deployed, the system will allow automated stock updates, improved forecasting and replenishment planning, and better alignment between prescribing patterns and stock levels. This will considerably strengthen medicine supply chain efficiently and reduce wastage or shortages across facilities. Madam Speaker, even at this early stage, the pilot system has demonstrated tangible benefits. The digital capture of prescriptions and reduction in paper-based processes have already contributed to improved queuing management, reduced congestion at registration desks and pharmacy counters, and a smoother flow of patients within the hospital environment. This and eventual rollout of full e-dispensing will further minimize queues, reduce waiting time, and enhance the overall patient experience across public health institutions. My ministry will continue to monitor the implementation process closely and refine the system through ongoing software optimization, capacity building of staff, and strengthening of institutional processes with the objective of ensuring successful deployment of e-health system across all public health institutions.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? Yes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether this project at completion phase, will it also englobe the private sector, the private health providers and private doctors, so that there is a liaison between the public sector and the private sector?
Madam Speaker, that doesn't form part of the project. I hope that later on we can take it over.
Yes, Doctor?
Speaker.
Honourable Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether provision has been made to procure generators for all the mediclinics and the AHCs that will be working on the e-health system afterwards?
If the need is felt, definitely we have to take recourse to this.
Okay, Mr. Francois.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether the e-health network system will consist of a link component with ORIX, especially to facilitate transfer and follow-up of patients from ORIX to hospitals here. Actually, it's a complete mess and it's chaotic for patients.
Madam Speaker, we are looking into this, and I'll be having consultations with the Ministry of Information Technology.
Okay. Right. Now, the Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan. This one will be replied by Minister of Environment and Solid Waste. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1064.
That's it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm informed by the Beach Authority that the Vale public beach of an extent of 0.32 hectares was initially partly covered with grass and sand. The plot of land is slopy with a gradient exceeding 1 meter. Representations have been made by the inhabitants for the construction of a proper football pitch. Further to requests received from inhabitants of the regions and beach users, funds were allocated during the financial year 2022-2023 to the Beach Authority for the upgrading of same to the National Development Unit under the COVID-19 Project Development Funds. Madam Speaker, with regard to A of the question, the scope of works included mainly cut and fill of the existing ground to make it level, construction of 85 meters retaining wall with infill reinforced block wall on 3 sides. Associated works with a retaining wall included construction of reinforced concrete bases, casting of a tie beam at the top, rendering and painting, supply and fixing of plastic-coated chain link, laying of geotextile and leveling of the beach area with 150 millimeters to 200 millimeters fixed layer of spawns, planting of grass on the beach area, supply and fixing of curbs, minor leveling of the parking space. Madam Speaker, as regards parts B and C of the question, the Beach Authority launched bids on 25th January 2023 for the project to level the ground of a public beach after bid evaluation. The contract was awarded to contractor Loro Construction Limited for the amount of 1,677,250 rupees, following board's approval on 29th March 2023. Work started on 26 May 2023, and the project was completed on 18th August 2023. The total payment affected the contractor was 1,661,964 rupees. With regards to part B, D1 and 2 of the question, I'm further informed that the Beach Authority will carry out further leveling works as imported sand has partly been washed out, and additional lighting will be provided also. Works are scheduled to start in 2 weeks. As regards part D3 of the question, consideration would be given for provision of toilets and changing room facilities, taking into consideration planning policy guidelines and availability of space.
Yes. Okay, you have a question? Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House why a basic standard of safety and levelness was not achieved in the initial exercise prior to General Election 2024? Because this has caused much problems to the youngsters and also to the wider community of Pointe-Canonier?
We all know how projects were managed prior. We have assumed it in government, so we are exploring ways and means at least to redress the situation in consultation with MPs of the constituency.
Yes, second member for Rodrigues, please.
Yes, thank you. B1065.
Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie A1 de la question, je suis informé par le CEB que pour l'année 2025, il y a eu 20 demandes d'électricité qui nécessitaient une extension du réseau du CEB, dont 2 sont en attente à ce jour. Concernant la partie A2 de la question, pour l'année 2025, il y a eu 26 demandes de déplacement du réseau CEB, et parmi lesquelles 4 sont en attente à ce jour. Concernant la partie B1 de la question, j'ai appris que le CEB gère actuellement plusieurs programmes d'assistance visant à faciliter l'accès à l'électricité pour ses clients. Ces programmes comprennent une aide pour les extensions des réseaux basse tension d'un maximum de 5 poteaux pour les clients résidentiels. Donc, ceci est applicable à Rodrigues, mais aussi à Maurice, qui remplissent les conditions requises pour de tels programmes, ainsi que pour les organisations sociales, religieuses et caritatives. 2. Si les clients résidentiels ne sont pas éligibles au programme d'aide à l'extension du réseau de basse tension, c'est devant la porte pour emmener à la maison, 2 options leur sont proposées pour faciliter l'extension du réseau basse tension uniquement. Soit une contribution non remboursable de 50% du coût de projet, soit le paiement intégral du coût qui sera remboursé en part égale sur 5 ans aux clients. 3. Pour les nouveaux clients commerciaux, il existe le programme Faciliter les affaires, dans le cadre duquel le CEB prend en charge 50% des coûts d'extension des réseaux basse et haute tension. 4. Pour les clients industriels dont les projets sont viables, le CEB exigera le paiement intégral du coût du projet qui sera remboursé aux clients en part égale sur 5 ans. Si le projet n'est pas viable, le coût d'extension du réseau sera entièrement à la charge du demandeur. J'ai été informé que les 2 premiers dispositifs mentionnés ci-dessus ne s'appliquent pas aux demandes concernant des sites issus du morcellement de terrain. De plus, en ce qui concerne le déplacement du réseau, Bouge-Colonne, le CEB prend en charge 50% du coût du déplacement du réseau basse tension pour les clients résidentiels. Concernant le point B2, le plus important, je pense, de la question, le point B2 de la question, je tiens à informer l'Assemblée que les dispositifs applicables à Maurice sont également étendus aux clients éligibles à Rodrigues. À ce stade, Madame la Présidente, le CEB m'informe qu'aucune dérogation particulière n'est envisagée.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker? Yes. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he's agreeable to table the actual rates of those déplacements de colonnes? The rates, yeah, applicable.
Déplacement.
Oui.
Oui. Déplacement de colonne.
Oui, alors, je disais que le CEB prend en charge 50% du déplacement du réseau. C'est dépendant. Dépendant de où on va mettre le poteau, si c'est un peu plus loin. Ben, je peux essayer de voir, je déposerai. Merci, madame.
Honourable Minister mentioned that some of the schemes not applicable to Morcellement you mentioned. Basically, we don't have Morcellement, but we have subdivisions on the state land in Rodrigues. Whether does this make a difference so that consideration will be given in our case? We have subdivisions on the state lands, but not Morcellement as it is in Mauritius.
Et je peux essayer de voir avec le CEB, comme dit, vous n'avez pas de morcellement à Rodrigues, vous avez des subdivisions. Ouais, je peux essayer de voir. Ouais, merci.
Very good. Yes, so now we finish with Mr. François. Honourable First Member for La Caverne again, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1066, please.
Madam Speaker, the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix has informed that it has 33 gymnasia and 15 football grounds under its jurisdiction. Comprehensive surveys have been carried out across all these sport facilities, and numerous defective items of equipment were identified in earmark for repair and upgrading. I'm tabling the renovation, rehabilitation, and re-equipping of the infrastructures that have been implemented and whose total estimate is 53.8 million rupees. The Honourable Member may wish to note that in the context of budget estimates 25-26, my ministry had submitted a proposal of 400 million rupees for construction and upgrading of amenities for all the 12 local authorities, out of which 40 million rupees was applied for the project construction and upgrading of amenities on behalf of the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix. Madam Speaker, it's expected that funds could be made available in the forthcoming financial years to attend the above-mentioned renovation projects.
Yes? Okay. Honourable Third Member for Bobassa, Petite Rivière.
B 1067, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that I have taken cognizance of the recording that was circulated on the eve of the elective General Assembly of the Mauritius Olympic Committee. Since this recording has never been authenticated, I do not intend to take any action in relation thereto.
I just want to seek the guidance of the chair whether it is permissible to ask a question related to an alleged recording which has not been authenticated and whose transcript has not been read before this assembly.
But we just now learned that it has not been authenticated.
No, is it permissible to ask this question?
No. One moment. Are you going to do it in my... Mr. Duval, you want to come and sit here? You want to come and sit here? He asked, there was a point of order. I cannot even give any ruling if everybody will give a ruling in my stead. What I heard, no, I'm referring to your point. What I heard was that it was not authenticated. So that was a reply to that question. So for the moment, it's okay. Now, if he asks something else, then we will see. You were a little too early. Come on.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je considère cette affaire extrêmement grave. Malgré
tout est grave.
Malgré la réponse que vient de nous donner l'honorable ministre, peut-il nous expliquer comment, par quel miracle, un terme qu'il aime bien utiliser, son conseiller spécial s'est arrogé le droit de parler en son nom, en invoquant même le DPM, pour faire du lobbying. Pour faire du lobbying.
I will not have this. If you're referring to that same incident, the answer was it was not authenticated. So you can't put any more on that one. I don't see how you can pursue. How can you pursue that? It has not been authenticated. We don't know who it was. You know.
He knows well.
I cannot accept that. I will not allow this question. I cannot accept this question. I don't know what Mr. Duval is talking about, but I cannot accept your question.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order to clarify your ruling. These National Assembly sittings at the National Assembly since the general election have time and time again referred to alleged recordings, including those of Mr. Moustache. Let me take a point of order. The point of order being, why is it that members on the government side have been able to put questions on those alleged recordings, and that the member from this side is not being allowed?
Let me answer. May I be allowed to answer? From what I heard this morning, maybe even before, there are investigations going on regarding Mr. Moustache. Whereas in this case, I understand that I can still not... Okay, when you finish, all of you... May I be allowed, Honourable Minister, to reply? Now, if you go on like this, I'm going to lose, not my temper, but I'm going to lose my head. What I was trying to say, if you will allow me, Honourable Member, what I was trying to say, I don't know if I have to believe him or not. That is not my job. What I heard him say was that it has not been authenticated. It's not the same. It's not the same situation. The other one is under investigation. So I will not take this comparison. Now let's proceed with the other questions. Alors, Honourable Fourth Member for Audrey, Mr. Edouard.
Madam Speaker, B 1068.
Thank you.
Point of order. The member is making comments from a seated position. He had the opportunity of trying to open his mouth for worthwhile reasons when he was Speaker, but chose to fly around the country using taxpayers' money. In the circumstances, Madam Speaker, may I ask you humbly to request this honourable member to start behaving in a proper manner. Shut it!
I do not want to keep repeating the same things over and over again. And we should... Please, Honourable Minister, please. Why don't you guys... Are you saying this for me? Are you saying this... Oh my God. Honourable members, I'm suspending the sitting. That's enough. I'm suspending the sitting.
Après conseil au papier, Michel Dibal. Allez après conseil encore. Allez après conseil, t'as. Moi, on peut dire toi. Après, il vient dire ton camarade, moi, espèce de con.
Please be seated and take a deep breath. Okay, I am now calling on the Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigue.
Madam Speaker, B1068.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, there is no embargo in respect of the movement of cattle, sheep, and goods from Rodrigue. The last restriction of movement of livestock from Rodrigue to Mauritius was imposed in March 2021, following the detection of foot and mouth disease cases. Now, in order to control the depletion of Rodrigue livestock population, the Rodrigue Regional Assembly had imposed a temporary restriction of movement of cattle for the period of 2 months as from 24 February 2025. Madam Speaker, since May 2025, a revised protocol for the movement of cattle from Rodrigue to Mauritius is applicable. And the protocol inter alia makes provision for the following conditions. The Division of Veterinary Services inspects farms in Mauritius to verify compliance with regard to biosecurity measures in place prior to issuing movement permits. 2, the Veterinary Services of Rodrigue Regional Assembly conducts foot and mouth disease virus testing, identification, and registration of the National Livestock Information System. 3, the Veterinary Services of the Rodrigue Regional Assembly sends the results of the tests to the Division of the Veterinary Services. Only livestock tested negative for foot and mouth disease by the Veterinary Services of the Commission for Agriculture in Rodrigue is authorized for movement into Mauritius. 4th, after assessment of the test results, identification, farms, and other necessary information, the Division of Veterinary Services issues the movement permit. 5, upon arrival in Mauritius, after inspection by a veterinary officer, livestock is allowed to move from port area to the respective approved farms as per the movement permit. And 6, failing to comply with any of the above conditions shall imply that the applicant or farmer shall not be allowed to move livestock from Rodrigue for at least 1 year. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that on the 7th October 2025, my ministry requested the Commission for Agriculture, Rodrigue Regional Assembly, to provide information with regard to the number of goods and sheep which could be made available to Mauritius for the end of year festivities. A quota for movement of livestock has been provided by the Commission of Agriculture, the Rodrigue Regional Assembly, on the 9th October 2025 for 1,150 animals, including cows, bulls, goats, and sheep for the period October to December 2025. From the beginning of November 2025 to date, 75 cattle, 457 sheep, and 300 goats have already reached Mauritius.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. Edouard?
Yes. Is the Minister aware that with the present protocol, farmers are losing confidence in livestock farming and they are stressed with overcrowded farms? Now,
No, I've not been made aware. I'm glad that you made me aware. But then the Commission for Agriculture should see to it that the matter is addressed in a very forceful and meaningful manner, and to see to it that biosecurity and biosafety is, the crux of livestock farming.
Yes.
Supplementary, if you allow me. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether there is still FMD traceability in Oryx?
As of now, no. There is no case reported.
Okay. The Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche.
B 1069.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that there are 2 football pitches in Belair. One is located at Saint-Michel and the other one at Petit Bois, Caroline, while the village of Ramstan has only 1 football ground. According to the District Council of FLAC, the respective lighting system of the 3 aforementioned football pitches are functional. With regard to NS Florent football ground, I'm advised the Council intends to replace the existing underground cables by new overhead wiring as well as the floodlights. Madam Speaker, there are 2 football grounds at Sébastopol located at Pellerin and Lessieux in Sébastopol, where the floodlights have to be replaced as well. I'm informed that due to budgetary constraints, the projects at NS Florent and Sébastopol football grounds have been deferred, and my ministry and the District Council of FLAC exploring alternative funding sources.
Thank you. No supplementary? No? Okay. The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousse.
Madam Speaker, B 1070.
Madame la Présidente, la CWA m'informe qu'elle gère 6 zones sur l'île. Ces 6 zones reçoivent en moyenne 300 nouvelles demandes par semaine. On m'informe que la CWA sous-traite la réalisation des nouveaux raccordements à des entreprises privées. Ces entreprises sont tenues d'effectuer au minimum 40 nouveaux raccordements et 20 mètres carrés de travaux de réfection de voirie par semaine et par zone, sur 5 jours ouvrables, hors week-end et jours fériés. Selon les informations communiquées par la CWA, sur les 6 zones d'approvisionnement en eau, 2, à savoir les zones de Nord et Lower, n'ont aucun sous-traitant pour la réalisation des nouveaux raccordements. Ces opérations sont effectuées en interne par la CWA. La CWA a indiqué que pour les 2 nouveaux appels d'offres qui seront lancés prochainement, pour ces 2 zones, le nombre minimal de nouvelles demandes à raccordement à traiter par semaine passera de 40 à 60. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie A de la question, j'ai été informé que le nombre total de nouvelles demandes reçues depuis 2020 à ce jour s'élève à 53 892, dont 38 296 raccordements ont été effectués, 1984 annulés. Actuellement, nous avons 13 612 demandes qui sont encore en attente pour la zone d'approvisionnement en eau pour les 6 secteurs. Concernant la partie A2 de la question, la CWA m'informe également que les principales causes de retard dans la mise en place des nouveaux approvisionnements sont multiples et comprennent retard dans l'attribution du contrat de réparation des nouveaux raccordements, droit de passage accordé par la EADA et d'autres autorités locales, en attente des travaux de pose de tuyaux internes effectués par les demandeurs, retard de paiement, documents manquants non soumis, conditions de chantier difficiles et dernier litige entre demandeurs et familles et voisins. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie B de la question, la CWA m'informe que pour résorber l'arriéré, elle envisage de prendre une série de mesures. Celles-ci comprennent A. Renforcer les capacités d'enquête sur le terrain grâce à un déploiement d'équipes d'enquêteurs supplémentaires dans les zones où le retard est important. Réaffectation temporaire du personnel technique dans d'autres zones. Introduction d'un objectif hebdomadaire de production d'enquête par équipe. B. Mobilisation accélérée des entrepreneurs et suivi des performances. Donc, augmenter le nombre d'équipes d'installation actives en réaffectant les sous-traitants. Augmentation du minimum hebdomadaire de 40 à 55 unités par entrepreneur. Madame la Présidente, comme indiqué précédemment, au cours des 5 dernières années, soit de 2020 à ce jour, à aujourd'hui, 13 612 demandes de raccordement du tuyau d'eau potable dans la zone des 6 secteurs sont toujours en attente. Bien que la CWA a indiqué que des mesures correctives sont prises pour résorber ce retard, je crains que le traitement de ces demandes ne prenne un peu plus de temps. La CWA m'a également informé qu'à l'expiration des contrats de nouveaux raccordements d'ici début 2026, elle lancera un accord cadre afin d'accélérer les nouveaux raccordements et la remise en état des routes. L'Assemblée voudra peut-être noter que j'ai demandé au General Manager de la CWA d'examiner personnellement la question posée par l'honorable membre et d'élaborer un plan de mise en œuvre en vue de réduire l'arriéré existant. Notre souci à nous, outre des 13 612 demandes qui est toujours en attente, nous avons en moyenne, comme je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, 300 demandes par semaine. Et avec la main-d'œuvre que nous avons, avec les contracteurs que nous avons, nous arrivons à fixer que 240 cas par semaine. Donc, chaque semaine, nous avons des arriérés de 65 demandes. Donc, pour vous dire que la situation est un peu compliquée, mais j'ai demandé à la CWA de revoir et je reviendrai à l'Assemblée nationale concernant les mesures proactives.
Yes, yes.
Madame Speaker, j'ai bien compris que pour les zones du Nord, il n'y a pas de contracteurs. Je voudrais savoir si le ministre pourrait nous informer la raison pour laquelle les contracteurs n'ont pas été nommés, n'ont pas été appointés. Les sous-contracteurs n'ont pas été nommés pour les connexions.
J'ai appris que le contrat a été terminé. On a lancé un appel d'offres pour le Nord, mais cela n'a pas été concluant. Donc, on va refaire l'exercice dans quelques semaines.
Yes, yes, one more.
Parce que des 13 000 demandes toujours en attente et des doléances que j'ai de mes mandants, il paraît qu'il y a beaucoup d'applications qui sont plus vieilles que 2 ans. Donc des gens qui ont payé pour être accordés depuis 2 ans, mais toujours en attente, donc des nouvelles maisons, des gens qui attendent à entrer dans les maisons, n'ont pas de... Quand est-ce que les réaménagements vont être faits au niveau de la CWA? Les équipes techniques vont être basculées dans le Nord pour qu'on puisse soulager nos mandants. Merci.
Disons, je voudrais préciser à l'honorable membre, Madame la Présidente, que vous avez des personnes qui ont demandé à être accordées au réseau de la CWA depuis 2 ans, mais on a depuis 5 ans, donc depuis 2020. Il y a des demandes déjà de 2020 à ce jour, donc c'est pour cette raison que nous sommes arrivés à 13 000. Donc, il faudra graduellement réduire ce backlog. Et donc, ce qui se passe, c'est que nous allons demander une chose, comme je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, aux contracteurs de passer de 40 raccordements par semaine à 60 par semaine. Une chose. Deuxième chose, nous allons lancer un appel d'offres pour recruter d'autres contracteurs. Des contracteurs qui ne sont pas dans le Nord, mais qui peuvent sortir d'autres régions pour aider dans le Nord. Mais aussi je dirais que nous avons pensé aussi à ce que si une équipe interne de la CWA pouvait aussi participer au raccordement.
Yes, Mr. Roukni. Now we have the Honourable third member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Roosevelt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 1071, please.
Madam Speaker, motorsports, particularly rally and racing, are witnessing a surge in popularity in Mauritius. This growing interest reflects a broader global trend where young people are increasingly drawn to high adrenaline, skill-based sports that require precision, discipline, and teamwork. However, Mauritius currently lacks a dedicated and secure facility that allows for the structured development of this sport discipline. Motorsport enthusiasts often resort to informal and unsafe venues to practice or compete, which present serious risks both to themselves and to public safety. This government, Madam Speaker, not only preaches but also practices compassionate governance, and in the 2025-2026 budget, the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, provided an amount of 6 million rupees for a feasibility study on the construction of a rally circuit for our young rally enthusiasts. The construction of a purpose-built motorsport track would provide a safe, regulated environment for training, competitions, and recreational use. Such a facility would allow for the organization of authorized events under the supervision of the relevant sports federation and institution, thereby ensuring that all activities adhere to national and international safety standards and regulation. Importantly, the track would serve as a preventive measure against illegal street racing, which poses a growing danger on public roads. By offering an alternative legal outlet for motorsport enthusiasts to express their passion for racing, the project would contribute significantly to road safety awareness, instilling in participants a culture of responsibility, discipline, and respect for traffic laws. The project aligns with government vision regarding youth empowerment, social inclusion, and sport development. It would serve as a hub for skill building, providing training opportunities in mechanics, driving techniques, event management, safety protocols, and even entrepreneurship in the motorsport industry. Madam Speaker, a technical committee comprising officers of my ministry, led by an engineer from the Ministry of National Infrastructure, and officers of the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit was set up to draft a terms and reference for the enlistment of the services of a consultant to conduct the feasibility study. Motorcycling club, NGOs for the protection of road users, and other stakeholders have been consulted, and the term and reference has been finalized. The consultant will be required to objectively assess whether the construction of a motorsport track is practical and likely to succeed in Mauritius. By evaluating its potential viability from various perspectives, including technical, economic, legal, operational, and venues generation, my ministry is currently preparing the bidding documents, which will be launched shortly.
Yes, Mr. Andas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Honourable, of course, I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. Could we have an indication as to a time frame for the realization of this project?
I cannot tell you the time frame, but all I can tell you, the technical committee has been established, the senior management of technical officer from my ministry, project coordinator, lead engineer of my ministry, and representative of the traffic management and road safety unit. A number of meetings held so far. On the 4th meetings, 22nd, 7/25, 13/8/25, 1/9/25, 10/9/25.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm checking my standing order. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
One last question. Could the Honourable Minister give an indication to the House as to whether a site has been identified for this project?
Not yet, Honourable Member. When the technical committee will do a feasibility study, then they will tell us exactly where we can have that racing track.
Yes, Dr. Prayag.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Minister even consider to have more than one site available for such a project, because it affects all the youngsters of our country and many of them even lose their lives while doing illegal rallies?
Like I said, the speech was made in the budget by the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and we are being given 6 million to do that project. I cannot say if we can have 2 or 3 or more than one, but we start by 1.
Yes, all right. B172 was withdrawn. So now I go to first member for Port Louis North. She's not here. So I call Dr. Payak, first member for Piton-Rivière-du-Rempart.
B1074.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that under the current system, a medical assessment is carried out by medical practitioners of my ministry to determine the eligibility of applicants to the invalid basic pension or disability allowance and carers allowance. As at date, there are 345 medical practitioners employed on sessional basis serving the medical unit of my ministry. Assessments are carried out either by a medical board, which comprises 2 medical practitioners, or by 1 medical practitioner at the claimant's residence, for those whose mobility is limited and who cannot attend the medical board. Madam Speaker, I am informed that prior to COVID-19 pandemic, medical boards were carried out in public hospitals, area health centers, and in social security offices across the island. The last medical board at SSRN Hospital was held on the 9th March 2020 and was subsequently seized due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, for patients who were admitted in the Brunswick Ward Hospital, medical assessment has been continued in the said institution till date. I am further informed that since year 2023, medical assessments are being carried out at the Mocha Eye Hospital and the Suyak Hospital for cases of visual impairments. Thus, at present, medical boards related to disability benefits or pensions are being conducted in 15 social security offices in Mauritius and Mocha Eye Hospital, Suyak Hospital, and Brunswick Hospital. I am tabling for the attention of members a complete list of the centers. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that my ministry is currently in the process of reforming the invalidity pension and disability allowance system. The conduct of medical boards in public hospital has been considered in this context, as it will facilitate access to medical records of applicants. A first round of discussion has already been held with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Once the holistic reform and its new assessment model is ready to be implemented, we will then re-evaluate the necessity of holding medical boards in hospitals or in some of the hospitals. Of course, in this context, necessary clearance will be sought from the Ministry of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now, the Honourable third member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Have I missed one? No, it's just, I'm sorry, one moment. Just, I keep getting, you know, little papers about being withdrawn, etc. So sometimes I may lose sight. So the next one is Mr. Ramdas. But if I make a mistake, you just tell me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's PQ B1075.
Madam Speaker, methadone is presently being dispensed at 23 police station sites, 5 community health centers, 13 area health centers, 5 methadone day care centers, 7 mediclinics, 2 community sites, 8 hospitals, and 5 points in prison setting, catering for around 8,745 beneficiaries daily. The total number of dispensing points of methadone, including police station sites, healthcare settings, community sites, methadone daycare centers, and prison services is 74. At certain sites, there are 2 dispensing points and different dispensing times, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. caravan and 9 a.m. to noon in healthcare settings. The relocation of methadone dispensing sites from police stations to healthcare settings is one component of a holistic approach to the management of patients and opioid use disorder. In that context, a national protocol, namely Protocole des prises en charge de l'usage des drogues à Maurice, was elaborated in March 2023 in order to come up with evidence-informed management of people who use drugs at large in a comprehensive manner and also address the issue of methadone dispensing. However, this protocol is currently being reviewed by a joint technical working group between the National Agency for Drug Control and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Its objective, amongst others, is to come up with sustainable measures and solutions to methadone dispensing issues in all its dimensions. Madam Speaker, it is expected that the new protocol will help to empty our streets and police stations of drug users, considerably reduce drug dealing, increase the safety of all residents, and treat drug users in a humane, ethical, and effective way, enabling most of them to return to a normal life and professional reintegration. Methadone dispensing at the Rosebell Area Health Center has started in September 2023 with 2 patients and is currently catering for 139 patients, both inside Area Healthcare Center and in the yard through the caravan. Madam Speaker, my ministry is well aware that the Rosebell Area Health Center is situated in a residential area, and the risk involved in that there are problems of loitering, littering, and other antisocial behaviors of the patients during and after dispensing time. In this respect, several meetings are being held with the police of the region to enforce security and to discourage loitering and antisocial behavior during and after dispensing hours. Madam Speaker, my ministry will certainly look into the possibility of relocating the dispensing point into another suitable area.
Yes, Mr. Ramdas.
Madam Speaker, of course, obviously, thank you to the Honourable Minister for his reply. Whilst I do understand, Madam Speaker, that no one wants to have this activity carried out within his vicinity, however, carrying out such an activity in a residential area poses risks to the security of the residents. One possible option would be to transfer, to relocate this activity to GNH Hospital. Would the Honourable Minister be willing to consider that possibility, at least to give some thought, some consideration to that possibility?
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, this matter is being looked into by the joint committee which will be set up with NADEC and my ministry.
Okay.
But I can tell the Honourable Member that the question of putting it back to the hospitals, that is not something which is recommended, because we have patients there, we have to look after patients, not after drug addicts only.
Yes, Dr. Brian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe the Minister could consider shifting back, to dispense methadone, given that it has to be done under police supervision, to do it in the police stations of the neighborhoods with the staff of the Ministry of Health.
But even the Commissioner of Police is not of that opinion. Unfortunately, that's why we have got a meeting, a joint meeting within NADEC and...
Well, you will find a solution.
We'll try to find a solution.
You must find a solution. Yes, one more, Mr. and then Dr.
I understand that this activity, of course, I stand guided, I stand corrected by the Honourable Minister, but I understand that this activity is already carried out at GNH Hospital. Possibly identifying a specific area within the premises, within the...
Which hospital?
GNH Hospital.
Yes.
So possibly identifying a specific area within the precinct of the hospital could be a possibility that the Honourable Minister could envisage.
Madam, earlier this was being used, hospitals were being used for that purpose, but as I told you, it's being discouraged nowadays because of the number of patients attending hospitals, and even doctors are not agreeable to this. So I have to find out certain suitable places where this can be dispensed with.
Aucun problème n'est insurmontable.
Definitely, as I told you, Madam Speaker, I told you we have got a meeting with NADEC and my ministry. They're trying to find out ways and means to solve this problem. It's not only in Rosebell. In each and every area of this country, nobody wants these things to be dispensed in their localities. So we have to find places. It's very difficult.
Bon courage, Monsieur le Ministre. Monsieur Dr. Omia.
Madam Speaker, thank you. May I ask the Minister whether he could liaise with NADEC so that methadone distribution, which has done its days, could be used different methods of substitution therapy, which no longer needs to have these people on the roads on a daily basis. Try to, if you can, use your influence to tell them there are Suboxone and other drugs that can be used on a long-term therapy and lesser people on the roads. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, well, I'm not an expert in that. I'll rely on NADEC for this because they are experts, they know how to deal with the problem.
But we keep hearing this. Thank you, Dr. Omia. Yes, next question. Mr. François.
Yes, thank you. B1076.
I will reply to the question. It's a lengthy reply, and all the information related is in the reply, and it's worth perusing it, you know.
No, can't you table part of it?
I will
Yes?
circulate it.
You will circulate. Thank you very much. Well, honourable members, I'm sorry. Of course, I keep being contacted by the lower table. So I have to tell you that the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. Let me do that and then we will proceed. B1072, 1077, 1079, 1092, 1096, 1100, 1102, 1081, 1086, 1091, and 1104. I will have to check every time. Huh? So 1078 should be all right. Question of Dr. Craig has been withdrawn. So now we have member for Rodrigue, Mr. Edouard.
Madam Speaker, B1078.
Madam Speaker, at the outset, let me point out that the question relates to the Ombudsman, as Section 96 of the Constitution has not yet been amended, and we still refer to Ombudsman as opposed to Ombudsperson, unlike Ombudsperson for children and Ombudsperson for financial services. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Office of the Ombudsman that according to its record, no investigation was initiated in relation to the dismissal of 234 general workers from the public service in Rodrigues. However, the matter was the subject of judicial proceedings and a judgment was delivered by the Supreme Court on the 5th of March 2015. I'm informed that following the termination of employment, several former general workers of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly appealed to the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal, which concluded that the termination was in accordance with law. The aggrieved former general workers then applied to the Supreme Court for a judicial review of the determination of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. The Supreme Court held that the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal did not have jurisdiction to hear the appeal and declared the tribunal decision to be a nullity. The Ombudsman has also informed that in light of the said judgment, the decision to terminate the employment of the temporary general workers emanated from the Public Service Commission. And in accordance with Section 97, subsection 2G, Roman 3 of the Constitution, the Ombudsman is not empowered to inquire into decision of the Public Service Commission. Madam Speaker, at the level of my ministry, I'm informed that there is no record of any complaint received from the former general workers recruited by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Edouard? Are you all right? Okay. Let us carry on. So now we've got first member for Port-Louis North and Mont-Ailon, Ms. Sabapati. You has been. Yeah, you will have to tell me as we go along, because look at the list. I cannot. It's difficult. So this one has been removed. Okay. Now the honourable second member for Rodrigue, Mr. Francois.
Me again.
Yours is maintained?
Yes, sure.
Great.
B1080.
Madam Speaker, as the House may be aware, my ministry launched a digital transformation blueprint 2529 earlier this year. And this blueprint serves as a comprehensive roadmap which is built on 4 strategic pillars and 5 enablers. As a government, we see digital access being a fundamental citizen right, and which is deeply embedded within the pillars and the enablers that feature in the blueprint. Universal and reliable digital infrastructure ensures connectivity, while legal protections and cybersecurity measures safeguard personal data and build trust. Meanwhile, the focus on digital literacy equips citizens with the skills that they require. And these pillars, together with a comprehensive ecosystem, where every citizen can fully participate in the digital economy and foster trust and confidence in the system. It's good that I point out here, Madam Speaker, that the previous regime promised a smart Mauritius for a decade, yet they left communities without functioning digital services. Their slogan was smart, their governance was obsolete. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that an interministerial committee has been established, and my ministry is monitoring and coordinating the implementation of the blueprint. We have also established a dashboard for every minister and the PSSCF for every ministry to be able to monitor implementation of the projects. Furthermore, my ministry is holding consultations with the relevant institutions to identify appropriate reforms and to strengthen citizen digital rights, privacy, and data governance, as it recognizes the necessary legal and regulatory frameworks are vital for guaranteeing digital rights. Half-baked apps, systems that crashed, e-services nobody used. We, on the other hand, are embedding digital access into the governance framework as a right, not as a marketing tool. And Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Attorney General's office that amendments will be made to the Constitution of Mauritius to better protect fundamental rights, including new generation rights relating to technology, in line with the government program 2529 and as reflected in the blueprint for ICT. So the Constitutional Review Commission, which shall be set up, shall look into the inclusion of digital rights as a fundamental right under Section 2 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the previous administration created a two-speed Mauritius, the connected and the forgotten. We refuse that model. They treated citizens as users. We treat them as right holders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. You're fantastic. You're very happy. I'm happy when you're happy. Okay, the second member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan. No? 82 has been withdrawn, perhaps. Anyway, I keep on. 83 has been withdrawn. Fourth member for Port-Louis North. Yes, Mr. Duval?
B 1084.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that there has never been any record on bycatch fish turnover generated from sales. However, I'm informed that the turnover generated for period July 2024 to June 2025 for the removal of 18.15 ton of bycatch fish from licensed foreign tuna longliners amounted to 140,200 rupees in terms of commission for the Agricultural Marketing Board. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight that prior to the 8th August 2025, non-licensed foreign tuna longliners were not under any obligation to declare or sell the bycatch fish to the AMB. With regard to part B1 of the question, I'm informed by the Agricultural Marketing Board that buying agents are appointed in line with Section 11H of the Mauritius Agricultural Marketing Board Act 1963, and that the conditions and responsibilities associated with the appointment include the obtention of all applicable permits and licenses, having the capacity to bear all operational costs associated with the removal of bycatch fish, purchasing, procuring, selling, or otherwise disposing of bycatch fish on behalf of AMB and operating strictly within the Commission structure approved by AMB. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B2 of the question, I'm informed by the Agricultural Marketing Board that the eligibility criteria for for an entity to be appointed as buying agent by the AMB are as follows. 1. Holder of a valid food handler certificate. 2. Fishmonger's license. And 3. An import permit for fish and fish products. It is worth noting that prior to finalizing the eligibility criteria, the issue was discussed and approved by Cabinet. Moreover, a buying agent must also be financially sound and should have access to suitable storage facilities in line with Regulation 4.2 of the Mauritius Agricultural Marketing Control Products Regulation 2025 and be fit and proper. With regards to Part B3 of the question, I am informed by the AMB that currently there are 2 buying agents, namely Ecotropic and Aquaris Company Limited. Madam Speaker, the AMB received an application from Ecotropic Company Limited on the 15th May 2025 and from Aquaris Company Limited on the 18th August 2025. The appointment as buying agent was effected on the 9th June 2025 and 3rd September 2025 respectively. The application of the Mauritius Fishermen Cooperative Federation Limited will be entertained favorably once its new executive has been appointed. Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that no tender exercise has ever been carried out for the appointment of any buying agent. However, in a spirit of transparency and accountability and good governance, and contrary to previous practices, this government has now come up with criteria for the appointment of buying agents through the promulgation of Mauritius Agricultural Marketing Control Product Regulation 2025.
Madam Speaker, I understand that the former authorized agent, the Mauritius Fishermen Cooperative Federation, which has been authorized agent for 20 or 30 years, had in fact in 2022 been part of a discussion at his ministry. He was not yet there, and it was decided then that it would not be in the interest of the MCFC to remove them as authorized agent, as it would lead to loss of jobs. There are minutes for that, and it would create a financial
Every
burden
time you're not
on
asking
them.
questions.
Madam Speaker, I have listened the Chief Whip earlier.
I
You said
know,
nothing.
I'm going to tell her as well.
So may I be extended
Okay,
the
but
same
today I'm
leniency?
going to let you.
Thank you.
It's true that the Chief Whip
Yes.
did the same thing. But
The question, therefore, is...
Okay, come with your question.
Yes, the question, therefore, is what financial support, if any, or what arrangements will be made for the MCFC that has now seen itself, after 30 years, deprived of exploitation of bycatch?
In fact, if the Honourable Member has paid heed to what I've said the application of Mauritius Fishermen Cooperative Federation will be entertained favorably once its new executive has been appointed. And I can tell you, in relation to what we are doing to bring on board the Federation, it will serve the interests of the Federation and fishmonger cooperative societies, contrary to past practice, when when one person had monopoly over the sale of fish.
Question. Figures are available. For 2019, the Federation had registered a turnover of 6.6 million. For 2022, 4.7 million paid to them in commission for the sale. Therefore, there are figures, and it is a lucrative business. Now that this has created a serious impediment to their revenues, which, by the way, is used to redistribute amongst their members. They say 1,000 fishermen benefit from those. What is going to be made? What is going to be made with regards to those fishermen who might now have been left sur le banc de touche?
Madam Speaker, let me impress upon the member that at long last, there is transparency and accountability. And we expect the Federation to be transparent, and it has been given the opportunity to be transparent, and it will be taken on board. Contrary to the past practice, when Mr. Sitaram was member of the Agricultural Marketing Board, and Marketing Board was the body issuing the permit, and he was sitting on the board, and he had total control over those who were entitled to have to remove fish from the non-licensing fishing vessel. Today, we are widening the circle and giving opportunity to one and all, because we are bundling non-licensed fishing, those who have the non-licensed fishing vessels and fishing vessels, which means that the quantum will be much bigger, and therefore the share acquired will be to one and all. And we have said priority first to cooperative societies, fishmonger cooperative societies. They all have obligation to serve first and foremost to fishmongers cooperative societies, and we are waiting, and I've said it, once they set up the executive, the Federation will be taken on board, and we are going to entertain the application favorably.
Yes. Question.
Yes. The Minister must be clear. There are now only 2 private companies acting as authorized agents. This is not transparency. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, let me ask the Minister if he is aware that prices of fish since August, the new framework, has increased substantially because of increased commission and commissioning being made now by those 2 authorized agents. And can he confirm whether the commission that is supposed to be set up at the level of the AMB for deciding on the prices of fish has been set up, and who sits on it?
The information being relayed by our friend is wrong, and he has been fed with the wrong information.
Okay.
Let me impress upon him that the committee is doing its work in all transparency, and there is no reason to spread or to fuel rumors. Contrary to past practices, when there was opacity in relation to activities being carried out by Mr. Sitaram and his acolytes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Babaji.
Yes, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Minister, as he just said, in regards to Mr. Sitaram, where everyone was saying Mr. Poisson of the MSM regime, will he start an inquiry on the same person, and whether there were conflict of interest between the AMB and those bycatch, and if there were irregularities, actions will be taken?
I thank the Honourable Member. There was blatant conflict of interest, and an inquiry will be conducted.
So the question was, can you start an investigation? It's a new question. Yes. Members of the Commission, he asked for members of the Commission. You laid...
Information will be circulated.
Yes, exactly. Easy. Easy. So now, I've finished with you, Mr. Duval. Mr. Babulal. Yes, first member for more time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1085.
Madam Speaker, the construction of multipurpose complex at Medellin Conde was approved in financial year 23-24 as a design and build project at an estimated cost of 62 million, and 25 million has been earmarked in the current financial year. The building will be located on the land of an extent of 11,240 square meters owned by the District Council of Flack. In the meantime, the Council is undertaking the construction of the block wall by its in-house labor. As at date, up to 60% of the wall has been completed. In August 2024, the District Council of Flack has invited requests for proposals for the selection of consultants for design of a multi-purpose complex at Medellin. Was launched with closing date 2nd September 2024. 2 bids were received. However, after evaluation of the proposals, none of them were found to be responsive. Given that the multi-purpose complex will house different government entities, the District Council of Flack intends to consult the relevant stakeholders before proceeding to the relaunching of the tender for a consultant for the design of the multipurpose complex by the end of January 2026. The works on the site are expected to start in August 9, 2026 and completed by September 2027.
Thank you. Yes, Chief Whip, yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. 1088.
Yes, 88. It's yours. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm informed by the Ministry of Local Government that the Ministry of Local Government had on the 3rd of October 2024 submitted a request to my ministry for the creation of a new access road from Palma SSS running along State Land up to St. Marie College with a view to easing traffic congestion along La Seringue Avenue during school days. Consequently, a joint site visit was carried out with the relevant stakeholders, including the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, to address issues pertaining to creation of the said access through state land. The TRMSU has made its recommendations in the matter, proposing that consideration be given to utilizing the existing road network of Palma via S. Moselmo as an alternative access to service St. Marie College. However, I am further informed that the Municipal Council of XXIX has initiated fresh consultations with TRMSU to determine the most appropriate course of action in this regard. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, upon a decision being reached among the relevant stakeholders and duly communicated to my ministry, needful shall be done for the release or reallocation of the required plot of state land to facilitate the implementation of the project through state land. I hope this is something which has been pending for a long time, and through the intervention of the honourable members of this constituency, this is being favourably considered. Thank you.
Yes, question, not statement, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie aussi le ministre pour sa réponse sincère. C'est une décision qui aurait dû être prise depuis longtemps. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si son ministère envisage d'effectuer un site visit des lieux afin de déclencher les démarches nécessaires? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, as I've said in my reply, the issue now is since the TRMSU has already made recommendations with regards to the existing road network, and then the Municipal Council of XXIX has initiated fresh consultations with the TMRSU. It will be for those institutions to communicate to my ministry. Now, if there is the need for a site visit in order to decide on the appropriate portion of state land that needs to be used for that very important project, of course, we'll do the needful, and I'll let the members of that constituency be made aware of, for us to be able to be present there.
Yes, last question, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1089.
That no major renovation of the sports facilities at the Goodlands Social Welfare Centre is envisaged at this stage. The Social Welfare Centre has two sports facilities, namely the Boulodrome, which is in good condition, and the volleyball pitch. The poles and lighting of the volleyball pitch were removed in 2017 for upgrading works that did not materialize due to the withdrawal of sponsors and insufficient funds. The perimeter fencing has also deteriorated over time. Due to financial constraints, my ministry has prioritized urgent works across social welfare centers island-wide, such as electrical rewiring, waterproofing, and slab replacement, as well as expenses linked to evacuee centers. Consequently, no dedicated provision has been made for upgrading the sports facilities at Goodlands. Although minor maintenance works are undertaken and social welfare committees seek support from district councils and other partners for such projects. Madam Speaker, I'm moreover informed that the newly appointed Social Welfare Committee has initiated small-scale upgrading of the volleyball pitch, including fixing the posts and net by end of November 2025, marking the pitch in early December, and resuming daytime practice by mid-December. As for a more substantial upgrading, such as installing a new lighting system or converting the pitch into a mini soccer ground, I wish to inform the House that the matter may be considered when the budget proposals of my ministry will be submitted for the next financial year.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. Bijan, I think we will stop here. I have, unfortunately, to tell you again a list. It's becoming very complex. Since the beginning, I've got so many questions that have been withdrawn. Maybe we should think about doing it in a better way. Anyway, I have to tell you for today, the following PQs have been withdrawn: B1103, 1093, 1099, 1094, 1090, and 1040. I'm sure we can do better with time. Thank you very much.
Motion.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Yes, look, it is seconded. Thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers.
Yes, Honourable Minister, yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement in connection with the withhold release order against Fireman Group Limited issued by the United States Customs and Border Protection on 11th November 2025. As per the withhold release order, the U.S. Customs will immediately detain garments, apparel, and textile manufactured by Fireman Group Limited based on information that reasonably indicates forced labor use. The release order defines forced labor as all work or service which is extracted from any person under the menace of any penalty for its non-performance and for which the worker does not offer himself voluntarily. Madam Speaker, in its 23rd annual report entitled Findings on the Worst Forms of Child Labor, published in 2024, the U.S. Department of Labor added Mauritius in the list of countries where goods are produced by child labor or forced labor. Mauritius was added in the list in respect to garments produced by forced labor. This action followed negative reports published in 2023 and 2024 from Transparentum, a non-profit organization which investigated into labor abuses in Mauritius' apparel manufacturing industry, which covered factories operated by Firemount Textile Limited. The report highlighted labor rights abuses faced by workers in terms of recruitment fees, deception, abusive working and or living conditions, intimidation and threats, abuse of vulnerability, audit deception, and deficiencies, and inadequate response to grievances. Madam Speaker, when I took office, I had a meeting with His Excellency, the US Ambassador, to discuss how Mauritius can be removed from this blacklist. Consequently, with the help of the International Migrant Office, my ministry came up with new regulation under the Private Recruitment Agencies Act to ensure the ethical recruitment of foreign workers. The Special Migrant Unit of my ministry is dedicated to address all issues pertaining to migrant workers and to investigate all reported cases of abuse. We have also taken a policy decision to ensure that no enterprise which is the subject of complaints for serious offences against migrant workers is allowed to recruit new migrant workers. Madam Speaker, the report of the US Customs and Border Protection against Fireman Group is according to the communique issued on 18th November, based on information which reasonably indicate forced labour. Taken together, the evidence, according to that communique, demonstrated that workers at Firemount Group Limited were subjected to 4 international labour organization indicators, namely abuse of vulnerability, debt bondage, deception, and intimidation and threats. Madam Speaker, I am informed by my ministry that there has not been any cases of forced labour against Firemount Textile reported to our ministry in 2025. On 19th and 20th of November last week, officers from my ministry carried out inspection visit to the 2 factories of Fairmount Textile at La Tour-Kénic and Saint-Félix and interviewed migrant workers and members of Workers' Council. They found no evidence of forced labour. I also chaired a meeting yesterday with the management of Firemount Textile in the presence of officers from my ministry, where the representative denied all allegations levelled against them. Madam Speaker, the report of CPB was based on inquiries carried out before I assumed office. I'm aware that in the past, employers used to repatriate foreign workers before the latter could testify against them. The law now requires my ministry to be informed before an enterprise can repatriate any worker. My ministry is working closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, and the Mauritius Export Association, MEXA, to ensure that Mauritius is removed from the blacklist of the US Department of Labor at the earliest. My ministry will not tolerate any enterprise that abuses migrant workers and tarnishes the reputation of Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Nava, yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement in connection with the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which is being commemorated today. Gender-based violence, Madam Speaker, is fundamentally an expression of domination and constitutes a serious violation of human rights. It prevents individuals from developing their full potential, contributing to society, and living with dignity. For too long, this despicable crime was carefully hidden by society, concealed behind closed doors, and dismissed as private matters. This issue has been brought to the surface thanks to NGOs and brave individuals. For years, discussions, demonstrations, and conferences have been organized, studies commissioned, and programs implemented. There have been achievements, meaningful progress that we must acknowledge. Yet, more remains to be done. While much can be achieved in isolation, much more can be achieved through collaboration. As Minister, I strongly believe in networking, in the power of coordinated, multi-sectoral action where government, civil society, communities, and individuals work together towards our shared goal. The theme of our national campaign, which runs from 24th November to 10th December this year, is Femmes de Basis and Victimes to un changement. Women, you are not only a victim, you are the change. It carries both a pledge and a challenge. It recognizes women's inherent resilience and leadership and calls upon our institutions, our communities, and every citizen to stand united against this scourge. Madam Speaker, almost every day, my ministry is confronted with victims of violence and their painful experiences, the everyday horrors which they face. Data compels us to act with urgency. According to Statistics Mauritius, Gender Approach 2023, 7,177 domestic violence cases were reported in 2023, out of which 5,729 were targeted against women, thus representing 80% of all cases. From January to June 2025 alone, 3,768 cases were reported, with 3,200 involving women victims. These figures are disturbing. According to UN Women and WHO research, globally, 1 out of 3 women has ever experienced physical or sexual violence from an intimate partner at least once in her lifetime. Behind every statistic lies a human story. Madam Speaker, misunderstood parental models, tragic personal experiences, coupled with the challenges and pressures that exist in our changing and complicated society, constitute grounds for manifestations of violence. However, I wish to reiterate the following. This government has the necessary will to put an end to this heinous social scourge, and it is high time to tackle this issue in a more organized, coordinated, and comprehensive way. Madam Speaker, while our current legislation does not classify feminicide as a distinct offense, we recognize it as an urgent national concern requiring targeted preventive strategies. In that context, the Protection from Domestic Violence Act will be replaced by a comprehensive domestic abuse legislation. This new legislation will reflect government's unwavering determination to fight against gender-based violence. La loi va être appliquée dans toute sa rigueur. This new legislative framework will align Mauritius with international best practices. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that since August this year, my ministry has established 12 family support services centers, operating as integrated guichet unique, one-stop shop facilities under one roof, bringing support for children, women, and families, including psychosocial assistance, legal guidance, referral pathways, and rapid intervention for victims of all forms of violence, including online harassment. Our 24/7 hotline, 139, provides immediate crisis intervention, safety planning, and connection to emergency shelter where necessary. Madam Speaker, while we must respond to violence with urgency and effectiveness, our ultimate goal must be prevention. Amongst other measures which my ministry has taken is to enlist the contribution of men, young men, as allies against this scourge. Our positive masculinity program has enrolled, as of now, 25 young men who believe that man is not the problem only, but part of the solution. Madam Speaker, eliminating GBV stands high on the agenda of this government. Through networking between government, NGOs, civil society, and individuals, we can achieve our goal, that is, creating a nation where every woman and girl lives free from fear and violence. During these 16 days of activism and beyond, let us all pledge not only to prevent gender-based violence, but ultimately to wipe it out and eradicate it. On a personal note, Madam Speaker, I will continue my task with compassion, justice, and the vision of a safer Mauritius against all odds. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Public bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Law Practitioners Disciplinary Proceedings Bill number 29 of 2025 be read a first time.
Yes, who's seconding? Thank you. Perhaps now we can break for tea. Thank you. We go in peace. didn't hear.
Public Bills, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Court's amended Bill number 28 of 2025 be read a second time.
Yes, seconded by Mr. Pentia. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, this bill amends the Courts Act to simplify and streamline the procedure for an application for judicial review. Judicial review is one of the cornerstones of the rule of law. It ensures that the decisions of public authorities remain within the bounds of legality, fairness, and reasonableness. It is not an appeal on the merits, but a review of the decision-making process. This is a common mistake. It enables the citizen to stand up and be counted when his rights are at stake. It gives him the opportunity to access an important judicial process. And because it is so important for the citizen, it became naturally important for us to look at the process to render it more accessible, in line with the commitment of the government to make justice more accessible to all. Madam Speaker, as you are well aware, the courts do not have the power to second-guess administrative decisions and change them because they believe that a different decision ought to have been taken. That would be breaching the separation of powers. Instead, the courts can only check the manner in which a decision has been taken and whether it has indeed been taken in accordance with the principles of fairness, reasonableness, equality, and legality. But just as the decision-making process needs to be reasonable, it goes without saying that the review process itself must obey the same imperative. The purpose of this bill is therefore not to narrow the scope of judicial review, but to make the process by which it is exercised more efficient, more predictable, and more responsive to the needs of the citizens and of the administration alike. The present process for judicial review spans two different stages. The first stage is the application for leave of the court to proceed with this substantial review application. It is only if leave is granted that the citizen will be allowed to proceed further with the second stage of the application. It is thus heavy, cumbersome, and costly to the litigant citizen, and as if that were not enough, it often ends because the legal issue at stake is no longer a live issue. And that is partly because the courts are loath to interfere to stop and stay an administrative decision pending the final decision after the hearings are concluded. For too long, Madam Speaker, the first stage of judicial review, the application for leave, has become a source of delay and uncertainty. Cases have remained pending at the threshold stage for months, even years, before the court could decide whether the matter should proceed to a full hearing. This defeats the very purpose of judicial review, which is to ensure prompt supervision of administrative action. And all this, Madam Speaker, obviously impacts first and foremost the citizen who comes to court to obtain justice. Madam Speaker, as far back as 2009, the Law Reform Commission had highlighted in a discussion paper that judicial review, being part of the Supreme Court's supervisory jurisdiction, must be reformed to better operate as an effective control over the exercise of public power. The Commission observed that the two-stage procedure, first leave, then the substantive hearing, was necessary as a filter against frivolous applications, but that procedural delays risked undermining confidence in the process itself. Over the years, it must be said that the courts have tried to apply these principles. Yet in practice, the leave stage has become congested. All the applications are filed ex parte, multiple affidavits are sometimes exchanged, and oral arguments are often heard on the same points that will arise again at the merit stage. This duplication consumes judicial time, without adding value to justice. The present bill therefore responds precisely to that difficulty. It retains all the substantive guarantees of fairness, but modernizes the procedure. It does so by assigning the leave stage to the judge in chambers, imposing clear time limits, and ensuring that once leave is granted, the matter proceeds without the need for a further application, which would necessitate the lodging of another motion before the court. Madam Speaker, allow me then to highlight the principal changes in this bill. First, it inserts an entire new subpart to the Act entitled Procedure to Apply for Judicial Review. Clause 3 of the bill adds new sections 76B to 76J to the Act, and under 76C1, an application for leave to apply for judicial review shall be made to the judge in chambers not later than 45 days after the impugned decision. This clarifies the former requirement of promptness we inherited from our British colonial masters, which was felt inadequate as it was not informative enough and left it to the entire discretion of the court, lending to sometimes seemingly contradictory decisions. The delay of 45 days is not innocuous. It straddles the very limited delay of 21 days for appeals and the 3 months delay that was erstwhile taken to be the benchmark for delay for applications for judicial review to be initiated. It also follows consultations with the judiciary in order to allow a realistic opportunity for applicants to prepare their case while still ensuring expedition. The idea here, Madam Speaker, is to allow concerned citizens the time to be informed of a decision affecting them, to retain legal advisors, and to prepare properly for a challenge, without extending the period so much that any administrative decision is plagued with uncertainty for months on end. The judge in chambers will consider the application inter partes, that is, with notice to the other side, thus enhancing fairness and transparency right from the start. The motion must be supported by affidavit accompanied by all relevant documents and a statement of case setting out the detailed grounds, the relief sought, and proof of sufficient interest. The requirement for a comprehensive statement of case discourages speculative filings and focuses the court's attention on genuine issues of legality in the decision-making process of the public body. The judge in chambers shall then determine the application for leave to apply for judicial review on the papers alone, but may, where he deems necessary, request written submissions on any point or, in exceptional circumstances, order an oral hearing in chambers. This approach, Madam Speaker, reflects modern judicial review practice worldwide. It reduces unnecessary hearings whilst preserving the judge's discretion to hear counsel where fairness so requires. Madam Speaker, a binding time limit is being introduced in this bill. The judge in chambers must determine the application for leave to apply for judicial review not later than 60 days after the case is in shape. If that delay is not respected, the matter may be reported to the Chief Justice. This is a major innovation being brought forward by this government. Excuse me. Earlier this year, in the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Act 2025, a time limit for sentencing after conviction was introduced. Similarly here, the courts retain full discretion, but the time frame serves as an incentive for prompt decision making, not a deterrent. Madam Speaker, government intends to broaden the recourse to time limits in the upcoming reforms of the judicial process. The goal is to respond to a pressing demand by the public for judgments to be prompt, because, Madam Speaker, as we all know, justice delayed is justice denied. There is a growing perception in this country that lodging a case in court to defend or vindicate one's rights is so time-consuming that it is better to let things slide. Or, that only those with money and the ability to wait can afford to go to court. This cannot be allowed to endure. At the same time, Madam Speaker, this government is acutely aware of the challenges faced by the members of the judiciary, and such reforms are not meant to unduly pressure them. Lack of means, personnel and time are not imputable to the honourable and hard-working men and women who sit as magistrates and judges in our courts. However, there have been, and there still are, some cases of exaggerated delay which simply cannot be accounted for. Which brings me, Madam Speaker, to a question that will be hotly debated in the months to come. And as you really say yourself, the question will be, is the imposition of time limits on decisions of the judiciary an interference on judicial independence? Would the legislator be overstepping the separation of powers when mandating such provisions? The first element of an answer is that the judicial function does not operate ex nihilo, i.e. conjured into existence out of thin air. No, it exists because there is a constitution and because there are laws that delimit its role, its jurisdiction, its powers, and its duties. It would, I submit, Madam Speaker, be therefore absurd to denounce any reform of the legislator that affects the judicial function on the basis of the separation of powers. The real question is whether the content of the reform does indeed curtail the independence of the judiciary. Madam Speaker, here I believe that an important nuance, often used word these days, is often lost. We tend to deal with the question in terms of absolutes, when in fact it is a question of degree. Would a law imposing a time limit of 24 hours on judgments be a breach of judicial independence? I submit yes, of course. Because by forcing a magistrate or a judge to rush through their decision, one would be curtailing their ability to effectively adjudicate the complex issues before them and expose them to opprobrium or sanction should they fail to meet this excessively demanding standard. It would be simply unacceptable in a democratic society. On the other hand, would a law imposing a time limit of, say, 12 months on judgments be a similar evil? I think not. Citizens have the right under Section 10 of the Constitution to judicial decisions being taken within a reasonable time. And it is not reasonable for someone to have their life, their work, their goals, their means suspended for years waiting for a judgment with no deadline in sight. And yet, Madam Speaker, this is what is happening today in some extreme cases. There are judgments of the Supreme Court which are still awaited after many years. Too many, I dare say. These two extreme situations, Madam Speaker, show that a time limit is not in itself a breach of judicial independence or a necessary safeguard for citizens. It all depends on how reasonable the time limit is with regard to the type of case at hand, and therefore whether it does impose undue pressure on the judiciary or whether it simply prevents the most egregious cases of delay. And this is why the 60-day limit has been chosen here for a determination on the application for leave only. We believe it is reasonable, fair, and strikes a good balance between the independence of the judiciary and the citizens' rights. Furthermore, it is to be noted that the time limit starts from the day the case is in shape, which means when the judge in chambers has heard all parties concerned, and not from the initial day of the application for leave to apply for judicial review was made. Madam Speaker, in this bill, only one narrow right of appeal is preserved, that of the applicant, who may appeal against the refusal of leave, but no appeal shall lie from the decision granting leave. The rationale is very simple. The respondent will have every opportunity to defend a decision at the merit stage. Multiplying interlocutory appeals would only delay justice. Where leave is granted, the application for leave shall stand as the substantive application for judicial review. No new application or filing will be required, and the grounds of review will be limited to those on which leave has been granted. The case will then be listed before at least 2 judges of the Supreme Court, including, as far as possible, the judge who granted leave for hearing on the merits. This will ensure both continuity and collegiality. Madam Speaker, pending applications will continue under the existing regime, thereby protecting vested procedural rights. Finally, a number of statutes, including the Financial Crimes Commission Act, the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Employment Relations Act, the Bank of Mauritius Act, the Extradition Act, and others, are amended to refer expressly to the new procedure so that all legislation speak the same language. The reforms, Madam Speaker, thus seeks to assist, not constrain, the judiciary, to give the court the procedural tools to deliver justice more swiftly, whilst maintaining full independence in decision-making. In fact, the judiciary has, in this particular case, Madam Speaker, been amply consulted in the preparation of this bill, and the feedback received on the final version has been positive. For citizens and practitioners, the impact will be tangible. Applicants will know that they must act within 45 days of the decision. Respondents will know when they must reply, and both sides will know that the judge in chambers must decide the leave application within 60 days once the matter is in shape. This will bring certainty, efficiency, predictability, values that are essential to any modern justice system. It will also relieve the Supreme Court of the backlog that currently accumulates at the leave stage, freeing judges to focus on substantive cases of real importance. The reform will also strengthen the confidence of investors, professionals, and citizens in the administrative justice system. When government decisions can be challenged promptly and fairly, it fosters trust in public institutions and ultimately in the rule of law itself. Madam Speaker, Mauritius is not alone in modernizing its judicial review procedure. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and the UK have all moved towards written, time-bound leave processes. The proposed new subpart 6A of the Act is in line with these international best practices, whilst preserving our own judicial traditions. At a deeper level, Madam Speaker, this bill reaffirms a fundamental principle, that legality and efficiency must coexist. Justice delayed in matters of public administration often means injustice not only to the applicant, but also to the wider society, because everyone can be affected by the resulting uncertainty. The government's broader program for justice reform is driven by this same philosophy. We are modernizing procedures, clarifying jurisdictions, and making our courts more accessible to citizens. The present amendment is another step in that process. The Court's Amended Bill 2025, Madam Speaker, is thus a useful and practical reform. It modernizes an important area of administrative law while preserving every constitutional safeguard. It brings clarity where there was uncertainty, and it introduces discipline without rigidity. Above all, it ensures that the right to challenge unlawful administrative action remains effective, not merely theoretical. Judicial review is, after all, the protection of the citizen against the abuse of power. This bill, Madam Speaker, strengthens that protection by making the process fit for the demands of a modern Mauritius. I therefore commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Yes, who's seconding? Okay. Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Madam the Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Court's Amendment Bill introduced by the Honourable Attorney General. This is a bill that embodies our government's commitment in modernizing and strengthening our judicial system, making it more efficient, accessible, and fair to all Mauritians. A bill that this government brings forward with clarity, conviction, and courage, with the purpose of not to narrow the scope of the judicial review, but rather to make it more accessible, as stated by the Attorney General in his address to the House earlier. Madam the Speaker, our government's program for 2025-2029 clearly prioritizes reform of the justice system. We pledge to introduce a judicial review miscellaneous provisions bill to simplify procedures and harmonize judicial review across the law under various enactments. During the debate on the government program, we reaffirmed that improving judicial efficiency, access and predictability is not just a legal reform, but rather a cornerstone of good governance and public trust. Madam the Speaker, too often, procedural bottlenecks in our courts have caused delays, uncertainty, and additional costs. Through this bill, we aim to improve access to justice and make our legal system more responsive to the needs of citizens and businesses. Madam the Speaker, for years, we inherited a legal framework where more than 25 statutes referred to judicial review in different styles, different formulations, and different procedures. This result of this, it creates confusion, litigation delays, procedural loopholes, and also inconsistent remedies depending on which statute one happened to fall under. Madam the Speaker, let us be absolutely clear. This bill is about bringing order, harmonizing our justice system, and strengthening the supervisory role of the Supreme Court. Madam the Speaker, Clause 3 of this bill brings an essential reform to the way the judicial review applications are handled. It provides that applications for leave will be disposed of by a judge in chambers, a model that enhances both efficiency and fairness. In fact, a judge in chambers is already entrusted with urgent and procedural matters, and this bill builds on that expertise by allowing leave applications to be decided on papers. Clause 3 helps to reduce delays, legal costs, and unnecessary formalities. At the same time, Madam the Speaker, the bill maintains important safeguards. For instance, where the interest of justice requires it, the judge may call for an oral hearing. Madam the Speaker, crucially, this bill introduces a 60-day time frame for the disposal of the leave application. This is reasonable and fair, bringing predictability and preventing the stagnation of cases. Reasons must be given when leave is refused, and applicants retain the right to appeal, and this ensures transparency and accountability at every stage. On the other hand, Madam the Speaker, if leave is granted, that same application becomes the substantive application, eliminating duplication, thus saving time and reducing costs. Madam the Speaker, this bill is clarifying jurisdiction. It is cleaning up inconsistencies. It is removing interpretative ambiguities and ensuring that the Supreme Court is not shackled by outdated drafting from the past century. Madam the Speaker, Clause 4 is one of the most significant parts of this bill. It amends over 25 different enactments and harmonizes statutes that govern the health professionals. It governs the financial regulators, trade unions, Mauritius Revenue Authority, Financial Crimes Commission, Financial Intelligence Unit, Financial Services Commission, Intellectual Property, Road Traffic. It also governs real estate agents, national transport, public bodies appeals, and even United Nations sanctioned processes. Madam the Speaker, this government is doing something that the opposition never dared to do. That is establishing one clear, unified legal path to the Supreme Court for all judicial review matters. This bill is ensuring that new leave-based judicial review system is aligned across our legal framework. Madam the Speaker, these are consequential amendments and not arbitrary changes. The Courts Act is being reformed. All other statutes that refer to judicial review or similar procedures must be updated so that they refer to the same modern, streamlined process. This harmonization is essential, and without it, we risk legal fragmentation, uncertainty, and inconsistency in how different public bodies are reviewed by the courts. Madam the Speaker, by making judicial review more accessible and predictable, we are lowering the barriers for citizens, businesses, and regulated entities to challenge administrative decisions. By requiring leave, we are discouraging frivolous or vexatious applications, protecting judicial resources, and ensuring that serious claims are given due attention. This process respects both efficiency and procedural fairness. It is striking a balance between filtering weak cases and preserving rights. Madam the Speaker, some may question why Clause 4 amends so many different acts. Let me address that directly, because this is necessary. When we reform the Courts Act, procedures for judicial review, we must also bring into line all other laws that rely on or refer to judicial review cases. Otherwise, we'll have a mismatch. Some laws will refer to all procedures, others to the new, resulting in confusion and inconsistent practice and litigation risk. By amending more than 25 statutes, we are ensuring legal coherence. It is a structural reform giving certainty to courts, litigants, public bodies, and regulators. In the long run, this coherence will save judicial time, reduce appeals, and foster public confidence in the legitimacy of judicial review cases. Madam the Speaker, this is a demonstration of the government's commitment to justice reform. By making judicial review more effective, we reaffirm that state decisions are subject to accountability and that citizens have meaningful access to legal recourse. The bill does three things. It is protecting the litigants from uneven procedural treatment. It is protecting the judiciary by giving it a coherent legal architecture. It is protecting the country from legal uncertainty. Madam the Speaker, the bill is reinforcing the judicial review system. It is strengthening the rule of law. It is making our legal system more predictable, more manageable, and more accessible. It is a type of reform that a serious and responsible government brings. In fact, this government is delivering modernity and not politics. Madam the Speaker, before I conclude, allow me to thank the Honourable Attorney General for his continuous significant contribution to our justice system and his team for drafting this progressive piece of legislation that it reinforces our rule of law. We are doing what the previous government never had the courage or competence to do. This bill is bringing coherence to our laws. It is strengthening our judiciary and is standardizing our access to justice. In building a modern legal framework that Mauritius and our people out there deserves. Above all, Madam the Speaker, this bill is a modern, practical, and necessary reform. This is how we deliver on our promise for a just, transparent, and efficient court system. This bill deserves the full support of this House. With these words, Madam the Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Duval.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill purposed to simplify and streamline the procedure for judicial review. But, Madam Speaker, with utmost respect to the Attorney General, I think that this bill only does half of the reforms that have been long recommended by both the Law Reform Commission since 1995, reaffirmed, supported again for its discussion paper in 2009, that is, that we look at the procedure, which this bill is doing, but also at the substantive part, which we are not. The Attorney General's philosophy has been, and rightly so, to bring under one umbrella legislation, to put order into our legislative frameworks where it is necessary, and to bring clarity. He has done it with the Civil Appeal Act, the Criminal Appeal Act being the latest to consolidate scattered provisions in a coherent umbrella statute. But for judicial review, Madam Speaker, the most perhaps constitutionally significant of all, or as constitutionally significant, he does not do so. In fact, he's doing the opposite. He's burdening the Old Courts Act with a complex procedural subpart instead of following the long-held recommendation that we bring one full-fledged statutory provision, legislation for administrative justice. An administrative justice bill that addresses the procedure, but also that lays down the substantive part of judicial review. So the question, Madam Speaker, first is why has the Attorney General chosen not to follow the recommendations of the Law Reform Commission? Why has he not thought it fit to bring in this bill today clarity on the grounds for making a judicial review, on the remedy that may be sought, and why has he not also taken, given that our judicial review procedure has been based on the English law, Rule 53, Order 53, that has now been itself modernized under the Civil Procedure Rules 54, where we have now the right, for example, to claim compensatory damages. The first point, Madam Speaker, with regards to the bill, which I think the Attorney General should consider, is that of delay. Under the bill, the aggrieved party has 45 days within the date of the decision of the administrative authority to make his application for judicial review. But the administrative authority itself has no duty to inform the aggrieved party of its decision, and where the aggrieved party makes a request for the reasons for the decision, pursuant to the principle of natural justice, there is no delay to do so under one piece of legislation. Why then are we imposing 45 days down from 3 months, which used to be the case, which is the case in the UK, when we do not have a set delay for notification of the aggrieved party of the decision of the administrative authority? And one recent case which happened under this government was the demotion of police officers, for example, which occurred the day after the general elections, was effected the day after general elections. They were demoted and transferred, but were only served with their official letter a month after. So one important amendment is to change the delay not to the date of the decision, but to the date of notification. 45 days from the day the applicant receives his notification. The second, Madam Speaker, is the duty, I said it, on the administrative authority to communicate their decision within a prescribed time, within a set delay. We impose a duty on the judge in chambers, we impose a time limit on the judge in chambers to dispose of the matter on the first leg, but we do not impose a prescribed time for the administrative authority to either notify or give the reasons for the decision. Madam Speaker, this is the more so relevant in the absence of the long-awaited Freedom of Information Act. So therefore, I hope that the Attorney General will see merit in making that small amendment, changing date of the decision to date of notification of the decision, which will make a whole difference. If you take the example of those police officers that were demoted the day after the general elections, they would have had merely 2 weeks to make their application, given that the decision was taken on the next day and notice given to them a month after. The second, Madam Speaker, is the right of appeal. That is, that appeal to the Privy Council should be as of right, as per the Constitution, Madam Speaker, either on the first leg or the second leg. Madam Speaker, if you look at the case of the Jackpot Limited versus the GRA, you will see that the Privy Council has clarified Section 81 of the Constitution as to who can appeal to the Privy Council on judicial review applications and who can satisfy, first, how do we determine the value as set out under Section 81 of the Constitution, 81(1)(b), of 10,000 rupees, when, Madam Speaker, you will agree that not all judicial review applications can be valued in terms of monetary means. And this is what the Privy Council said in the case of Jackpot, which concerned the case of the revocation of a license. It stated that although the license might generate revenue, would have a value, the right to a license being a discretionary decision of the authority was not a right that the applicant had, a civil right, but merely he had the right to be treated fairly when deciding on his application for a license. And therefore, there could be no monetary value attributed to that right. And he failed in the case of Jackpot, the first test of 10,000 rupees. So then there was the second, which is found under 82(2)(b), whether it is of general public importance. And there again, the application to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Councils was not successful because they thought that although that right, important as it is a public law right, that is, the right to be treated fairly, it is no different from the right of any person with a relevant interest who has to see the law applied. And therefore, it denied the application. It denied the appeal to the Privy Council, and in the case of Jackpot, having failed the monetary test and having failed the general public importance test, had seen its appeal denied. So the question is, why doesn't the Attorney General, who is simplifying and streamlining procedure, deem it fit to provide, as of right, the right to appeal to the Privy Council, given that in certain cases of judicial review, there are complex issues. Like in the case of Jackpot, there are many other cases that, therefore, does not, on the face of it, would not allow an appeal to the Privy Council on a question of judicial review if in the case of Jackpot, it concerns the granting of license. The same can be said for others who have applied for a job, etc., and who have appealed by judicial review. The first, Madam Speaker, is the issue of substance, as per the Law Reform Commission paper. And I must say that the Law Reform Commission paper, which is dated 2009, has given a very streamlined, concise, proposed administrative justice bill, stating clearly the grounds for relief. There were a number of grounds: excess of jurisdiction, unauthorized administrative act or omission which was in any way unauthorized or contrary to law, breach of principles of natural justice, unjust, unreasonable, irregular, improper exercise of discretion, abuse of power, fraud, bad faith, all of those which were to be found under one legislation. Because as it stands, under this bill, you will find the procedure now under the Courts Act. You will have to go to case law for substance, and where, according to the Supreme Court rules, the law is silent, you will have to go to England. How is that streamlining? How is that not creating more of a mess, in fact? So, the Law Reform Commission had long pondered, 30 years they've been recommending, therefore, for one umbrella legislation. Similarly, the remedies, Madam Speaker. The remedies which include, I've said it, restitution, compensation, or damages in money, which is not permissible at present under our law. The Supreme Court has disallowed claims for compensatory damages in Mauritius, although it is the case in England. Yet the Law Reform Commission has recommended that. And I would ask the Honourable Attorney General, why does he not think it important now? Since he's bringing an amendment, he's attempting to streamline and clarify judicial review, since it's an opportunity for him to come and once and for all to bring a modern piece of legislation in line with the best practices that other Commonwealth countries have followed, in line with the recommendation of the Law Reform Commission that have long pondered and which is here. Why did it not see merit in doing so? So, Madam Speaker, I think it is a missed opportunity to have a comprehensive law on judicial review. I think that we could have followed the recommendations of the Law Reform Commission again when it comes to the duties imposed on local authorities, on administrative authorities. You will see, Madam Speaker, if you look at the Law Reform Commission paper, you would see that, for example, under Section 14 of the draft, you would have a request for reasons. There would be a duty. An applicant, an aggrieved party, would be entitled to make a request for reasons to an administrative authority, who would have, by law, the duty, the obligation to reply. It would have by law to provide a statement of reasons within a prescribed delay, 30 days as from the date of the request. Because what's the point of having a delay if the administrative authority can take months and years to furnish a statement of reasons or to furnish its decision in writing? There was the principle of natural justice enshrined in the draft legislation, that the law relating to natural justice would apply to any person, body, granting, refusing, modifying or revoking any license, permission, qualification, or authority, or imposing any penalty under the powers conferred by the enactment. So this is it, Madam Speaker. I'm not inventing anything, it's here. No. It has been here for 30 years. The Prime Minister was Prime Minister then. He was again Prime Minister when they issued the discussion paper in 2009, and he's now Prime Minister again. And yet this this Law Reform Commission paper has all but been wasted. Madam Speaker, to reiterate, what we do need now is a standalone Administrative Justice Act. Yes, codified grounds of review.
Don't repeat.
But I'm just concluding. Codified remedies, statutory duty on administrative authorities to give reason, statutory timelines imposed on them, a clear right of appeal to the Privy Council, and therefore a modern administrative justice bill. And then, Madam Speaker, I think that the country would be much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colette?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
Je peux?
Est-ce que mademoiselle Colette peut parler? Elle vous attend là.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Allez-y.
Aujourd'hui, c'est mardi, 25 novembre 25. Personne n'accepte d'injustice et de manque de raison. Alors, les exemples du passé nous rappellent pourquoi cette réforme est indispensable, Madame la Présidente. Et nous avons cette demande de refonte du domaine du droit administratif. Nous avons vu des dossiers emblématiques de droit où la clarté des règles s'est perdue dans des délais excessifs. Et il a fallu attendre 5 ans ou plus avant qu'une décision judiciaire ne soit rendue. C'était vu comme normal. Mais nous sommes tous d'accord que ce n'est plus acceptable. Et même à Rodrigue, une région autonome, certaines décisions publiques ont été contestées, mais aboutissant après des années de procès et procédures complexes. Et il me semble que les lenteurs judiciaires touchent toute la République. Ces affaires ne sont pas des anecdotes, Madame la Présidente. Elles sont le miroir d'un système qui laisse trop souvent les citoyens dans l'attente et l'incertitude. Notre justice ne répond plus aux exigences de rapidité, de clarté et de proximité. Mais qu'il soit bien clair, ce n'est pas la faute du judiciaire. Nos juges, nos hommes de loi, notre judiciary staff sont des professionnels hautement formés. Ils travaillent avec rigueur et compétence. Ce sont les procédures trop lourdes et trop anciennes qui freinent leur efficacité. Mais ils donnent de leur mieux. Depuis longtemps, nos concitoyens et même nos juges réclament une justice plus rapide, plus simple, plus proche. Nous n'avons pas été sourds à des réclamations légitimes et raisonnables, exprimées à travers la presse écrite et parlée, exprimées dans les débats publics, exprimées dans les attentes quotidiennes de tous. Aujourd'hui, le moment tant attendu est enfin arrivé. Ce projet de loi est la réponse directe aux attentes du peuple, des law practitioners, ainsi que du judiciaire. Et j'abonde dans le sens des interventions de l'Attorney General et de mon collègue, l'Honorable Sibel. Avec votre indulgence, Madame la Présidente, je souhaite mettre en contexte le projet de loi. C'est un projet qui modifie la Courts Act pour simplifier et rationaliser la procédure de révision judiciaire et non une refonte du fond du droit administratif qui, je pense, évolue au cas par cas. Ce projet de loi introduit une nouvelle sous-partie subpart 6A qui encadre clairement les étapes. La demande de livre doit être déposée dans un délai de 45 jours. Elle doit être complète avec affidavit, pièces justificatives et motifs précis. Et le juge en chambre peut décider d'un stay, c'est-à-dire suspendre la décision administrative contestée. Et le juge doit statuer dans un délai maximum de 60 jours. Et en cas de refus de livre, un appel est possible devant la Cour suprême. Une fois le livre accordé, la demande devient directement une révision judiciaire et il n'y a plus de doublons. Mais qu'est-ce que la justice, Madame la Présidente? La justice, c'est l'équilibre entre les droits et les devoirs. C'est l'institution qui protège le faible face au fort. C'est la garantie que chacun est traité avec équité, selon la loi, sans privilège ni discrimination. La justice, c'est le socle de notre démocratie et sans justice, il n'y a pas de liberté véritable. Sans justice, il n'y a pas de confiance dans l'État. Et la révision judiciaire est l'outil qui incarne cette justice. Elle ne juge pas si une décision est bonne ou mauvaise, mais elle juge si elle est légale et juste. Et c'est la garantie que personne n'est au-dessus de la loi, ni même l'administration. Je pense que la procédure révisée est maintenant plus cohérente. Quand nous parlons d'administration, nous parlons de tous les services publics, ministères, l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigue, qui agit au nom et pour le compte du gouvernement central, les collectivités locales, les établissements publics comme les hôpitaux ou les universités, et même les organismes chargés d'une mission de service public. Tous devront savoir que leurs décisions peuvent être contrôlées vite et efficacement. Ce projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, harmonise la révision judiciaire dans toutes les sphères de la vie publique. Il touche la santé, la finance, l'économie, les médias, la propriété intellectuelle, la fiscalité, l'agriculture, le transport, les professions réglementées et même les sanctions internationales. Ainsi, il prévoit, entre autres, que les décisions, par exemple, du Registrar of Businesses, du Tribunal des relations de travail, pourront être contestées par révision judiciaire. Les décisions du Financial Crimes Commission, de l'Independent Broadcasting Authority seront désormais révisables. Les professions réglementées, architectes, géomètres, quantity surveyors, vétérinaires, auront accès à la révision judiciaire en cas de refus d'enregistrement ou de sanctions disciplinaires. Et les décisions du Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal, de la National Land Transport Authority seront aussi soumises à la révision judiciaire. Enfin, Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi est un signal fort. L'État n'a pas peur d'être contrôlé. Il choisit la transparence, il choisit l'efficacité et il place le citoyen au centre. Ce projet de loi incarne une justice moderne, une justice de confiance, une justice au service du peuple. Et je remercie l'équipe du bureau de l'Attorney General ainsi que l'Attorney General pour leur écoute et réactivité aux défis du monde moderne dans notre République. Et je soutiens ce projet de loi. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. Short, nice and sweet. Thank you. Mr. Honourable Pentia. May I just ask if I'm mistaken? I heard something about the date of notification and the date when the decision is taken. Even under this law, the date of notification counts. Just to make things clear.
Madam,
even the 21 days.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thought it was obvious to everyone,
Of
but
course.
similarly, it seems that it is not obvious. So I will address the issue later on.
Yeah, I've been 10 years in PBAT, so I know. Mr. Pentia.
But your point is to clarify. Make it obvious.
Mais c'est clair, c'est évident. C'est déjà la loi.
Madam Speaker, I was going to say at the very outset, with the permission, that I was blessed that both members of the opposition were present for a change. Then one just walked out. But then again, I'm honored to have at least one member of the opposition at this hour of work is still in the House. Madam Speaker, to address two things. Concerning the notification, the Attorney General will duly address, but concerning clarity on grounds and clarity on remedy, two issues raised during the intervention of the Honourable Member of Opposition. Well, grounds and remedy are clear for judicial review. This is an ABC of law of judicial review. And, Madam Speaker, shall I start? I start my intervention with a quote from Montesquieu, the architect of the doctrine of separation of powers, who wrote in the Spirit of Laws, and I quote, "There is no cruel tyranny than that which is perpetuated under the shield of law and in the name of justice." End of quote. Madam Speaker, these powerful words capture the very spirit of what we are debating today. Already, the 28th bill of this year. This bill is about preserving one of the most fundamental pillars of our democracy, the right of every citizen of this country to challenge, by way of judicial review, the decisions of the executive and of public authorities. Indeed, judicial review is a living expression of Montesquieu's doctrine of separation of powers. It is a means through which the judiciary ensures that the executive remains within the parameters of the law and that decisions taken by those in power are lawful, reasonable, and fair. Madam Speaker, this bill is a safeguard that ensures that power does not turn into tyranny, that authority is exercised with accountability, and that justice remains within the reach of the people to seek redress where applicable. Our Constitution enshrines this safeguard, first and foremost, in clear and noble terms. Section 3 guarantees to every citizen the protection of the law, a phrase that has long been interpreted by our courts to include the right to seek justice and to challenge unlawful administrative action. Section 17 of our Constitution provides that when a person alleges that his fundamental rights have been, are being, or are likely to be contravened, he may apply directly to the Supreme Court for redress. Section 17, subsection 2 of our Constitution vests the Supreme Court with the jurisdiction to make such orders, issue such writs, and give such directions as it may consider appropriate, including the very prerogative remedies that form the heart of judicial review, such as certiorari, mandamus, prohibition, or declaration. These provisions together give life to the principle that justice must always remain accessible, enforceable, and impartial. Judicial review, Madam Speaker, is therefore not a mere procedural tool. It is also a constitutional right guaranteed to every Mauritian. History has shown, Madam Speaker, that whenever the executive acts without proper checks and balances, the rule of law is fettered and public confidence in institutions erode. The previous government, having sown the seeds of unfairness and disregard for due process, tasted the bitter taste of the fruit of their own poison at the last general elections. That is why this amendment to streamline the judicial review process assumes all its importance. It ensures that the mistakes of the past cannot be repeated, that power is subject to the discipline of law, and that fairness and accountability are restored at the heart of governance. The executive must govern, yes, but it must do so within the limits of law and under the scrutiny of justice. The previous government on too many occasions acted in ways that defied the principles of fairness, procedural propriety, and impartiality. Appointments and promotions were influenced, disciplinary actions were taken without the right to be heard, and decisions were marked by bias and procedural irregularities. Many of these were decisions amenable to judicial review. But the reality is that for many citizens, that truth was simply out of reach. Not because justice was unavailable, but because it was unaffordable, intimidating, and painfully slow. As Minister of the Public Service and Administrative Reforms, I have met countless officers who have suffered in silence. Dedicated men and women who were unfairly bypassed for appointment or promotion. Officers who met every qualification, who had the experience, the dedication, and the integrity, yet were overlooked without explanation. When asked, very often the reply was, "I couldn't afford it." Some even silently added, "I was afraid of retribution by the tyranny of those in power." Mr. Speaker, time is money. This adage could not be more true than in this context. The longer the process, the higher the cost, to such an extent that judicial review runs the risk to be the privilege of the few, when it should be a right of all. I have even known cases where public officers who had the courage to bring the cases to court saw their proceedings drag on for so long that they retired before judgment was delivered. and in some tragic instances, they passed away before justice could be served. Those cases were struck off as no longer live matters. But, Madam Speaker, for the victims and their families, then justice lives on. It is therefore with deep satisfaction that I welcome the Court's Amendment Bill, number 28 of 2025, brought before this House by the Attorney General. This bill is a tuning point. It's a turning point. It brings a long-awaited reform to the judicial review process, a reform that will make the system faster, simpler, and fairer. For many of our citizens, including public officers, there is now light at the end of the tunnel. Judicial review will no longer be the privilege of the few, but a right within the reach of all. The problem we are addressing through this bill is well known. The current process of judicial review has become too lengthy, too costly, and often not accessible. What we endeavor as a responsible government and what this bill delivers is a streamlined process that reduces time and cost, simplifies access, and ensures that citizens can challenge unfair administrative decisions without being overwhelmed by complexity or delay. The first stage, the test of arguability, where the court decides whether the applicant has an arguable case with a reasonable prospect of success. The second stage, i.e. the substantive hearing, where the case is fully heard and the court decides whether the public body acted lawfully, fairly, and rationally. Madam Speaker, in practice, as we have said, the first stage has become unnecessarily complicated. Hearings are often conducted in open court. Oral submissions are made. Affidavits are exchanged. And in most cases, two or more judges sit to deliver a written judgment, sometimes many months later at the very first leave stage. This is time-consuming. This is costly and contrary to the very purpose of the leave stage, which is meant only as a preliminary filter. As noted in the case of Moit against the DPP, 2006, UKPC number 20, and echoed in several Supreme Court judgments, the leave stage should be determined on a cursory glance at the material to decide whether there is an arguable case. And yet, the leave stage has become a trial before a trial. A trial before the trial. That is what this bill seeks to correct. Under the new Subpart 6A of the Courts Act, the judicial review process will now be modern, efficient, accessible. First, the time limit from 90 days to 45 days, encouraging prompt action and certainty. Second, the judge in chambers will determine the application inter partes on the papers alone, without open court hearings, except in exceptional circumstances. Here again, the discretion of the court is preserved. Third, the judge must deliver a decision within 60 days, bringing long-awaited timeliness to the process. Fourth, where leave is granted, the same application stands at the substantive hearing, avoiding duplication and saving time. Finally, where leave is refused, an appeal can now be made to the Supreme Court and the Civil Appeal Act 2025, instead to the Privy Council. Perhaps the Honourable Member of the Opposition read this part, instead of proposing that we should go to the Privy Council. Madam Speaker, these reforms transform judicial review from a distant, costly procedure into a fair, efficient, and accessible remedy for the people. With this bill, Mauritius stands alongside many other jurisdictions embracing a modern and citizen-centered model of administrative justice. The Court's Amendment Bill 2025 is more than a procedural reform. It is a reaffirmation of our constitutional values of fairness and accountability, of reaffirming that this is a land where the rule of law prevails. This bill says to every Mauritian, justice will no longer depend on wealth or endurance. It will depend on right and reason. With this bill, the government is making justice affordable, swift and fair. We are ensuring that those aggrieved by decisions of public bodies suffer at least the least possible prejudice. And we are fulfilling our solemn duty as a caring and responsible government, that justice must not only be done, as rightly said by the Attorney General, it must be seen to be done. At the pace at which our justice system is being reformed, I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that Mauritius will soon stand as a model democracy, a nation where the rule of law will again prevail, where justice is within the reach of every citizen, and where our democratic values are not merely proclaimed, but lived. Madam Speaker, I shall conclude with the very words of Lord Denning, affectionately remembered as a people's judge. He propounded, if the citizen is to have confidence in the law, he must be able to challenge the acts of the executive without fear or excessive cost. Justice must be open to all. End of quote. Madam Speaker, this is a promise of this government. This is a path to a fairer Mauritius. With these words, I recommend the bill to the House. Thank
you. Yes, Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, the bill before this House is part of a series of bills that have been introduced in Parliament since the beginning of the year to improve access to justice and ensure a speedier and more effective dispute resolution mechanism. This is in line with the government's commitment, as announced in the presidential address earlier in January, to introduce reforms to ensure that the judicial and legal system operate more efficiently, swiftly, fairly, and make justice more accessible. I'm not going to set out the long list of amendments that has been brought to various legislation, ranging from the Financial Crimes Commission through the new Revenue Tribunal Act, and then the amendments to the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Act and the Civil Appeal Act. Suffices to say, Madam Speaker, that I would like to put on record the brilliant work done by the Honourable Attorney General and his team at the State Law Office to pilot these reforms. As a leading senior counsel, the Honourable Attorney General has first-hand experience of the hurdles and procedural rigidities which all too often result in lengthy and costly proceeding, abuse of process, and denial of justice. Madam Speaker, the object of this bill is to simplify and streamline the procedure for an application for judicial review. Now, as has been aptly stated by the Honourable Attorney General, judicial review is the fundamental means by which the judiciary calls the executive and the public bodies to account and make sure that they exercise their authority within the limits of the powers and remain accountable under the rule of law. Judicial review is an important component of the check and balances enshrined in our Constitution. For example, if a citizen has applied for a license and has not received his license, usually he will go by way of judicial review to review the decision of the minister. Similarly, if he has been denied a license by the local authorities, he will usually go by way of judicial review. For certain appointment by Local Government Service Commission and PSC, again, the remedy would be to go by way of judicial review. Now, I'm very surprised by what the Honourable Adrien Duval stated. He started by stating that we have the Honourable Attorney General miss an opportunity to review the substantive law, and he relies on the Law Commission, the Law Reform Commission. I have a quick glance at the Law Reform Commission discussion paper on judicial review, published in November 2009, which annexes a draft administrative justice bill, which was borrowed from the Barbados administrative justice bill. And I've gone through the grounds, which is set out in Section 5 of that draft bill, and I'm sorry, but all of the grounds that are set out in that act is already grounds for asking a judicial review to the court. So the act only codified what exists in our law. So what is the point of putting restrictions on the judiciary for grounds under which they can review an administrative decision? Because there may be in the future other grounds that may be developed through judicial pronouncement. So I don't think that there is any reason why this legislation should curtail the right of the judiciary when it comes to the grounds on which to review administrative decision. Similarly, when I look at the remedies provided in that draft legislation, these are already remedies that are applied consistently by the courts in Mauritius. Now, the only thing that, the only nuance on what Honourable Adrien Duval said is about damages. Oh, yeah. But again, damages in exceptional circumstances is awarded in England, and I'm sure in cases which befitted an award of damages, which is quite exceptional because judicial review by its nature itself concern the review of the decision-making process as opposed to the decision itself. So it would be extremely rare that in a case of judicial review, the court would award a monetary compensation. But what I found even more shocking is that the honourable gentleman who chose not to be here when we replied to him, the honourable member who chose not to be present when we replied to his address, he started by saying that the Honourable Attorney General adopted to, and I quote, a complex procedural system. And in fact, it is complete opposite, Madam Speaker. It is the complete opposite. This bill is going to substantially simplify matters as when it comes to judicial review. As the Attorney General mentioned, we have two steps when it comes to judicial review. First, the citizen, the aggrieved party, must apply for leave to bring judicial review. This is the first stage, the leave stage. And then once he has been granted the leave, then he goes to the second stage, which is the main part of the judicial review, where the decision on the merit is considered and determined. Now, there is a fair amount of confusion as to what happened at leave stage. At leave stage, what should really happen is that the court should only determine on a quick perusal of the material available if there is an arguable case with a realistic prospect of success. A very low threshold. At the leave stage, the court may dismiss applications which are frivolous, vexatious, or hopeless. So at leave stage is really the role of the judiciary is to act as a filter and throw away all those unmeritorious cases, ex facie, the documents, the evidence produced. Now, what happened in reality, in practice, unfortunately, depending on the lawyers, there are extensive exchanges of affidavit and counter-affidavit and preliminary point and objection, and just on the leave stage, the procedure drags on for weeks and for weeks. And this results necessarily in denial of justice. So what is the Attorney General doing with this bill? First of all, the procedure before leave. At the moment, we have to go before 2 judges, and that takes time. This is being replaced. Leave stage, you go to a judging chambers. Judging chambers usually have jurisdiction when you have to expedite matters. When there are matters which call for prompt decision, you go to a judging chamber. And obviously, it's easier for a judge sitting alone to decide on an application than 2 judges sitting in open court. Second procedure that is being simplified. Everything has to be in your affidavit, in your written material in front of the judging chambers. Exceptionally, the judge can ask for written submission. And even more exceptionally, he can ask for oral submission. So in practice, this is bound to be a speedier process than it is today. But to ensure that it is a speedier process, the Honourable Attorney General has inserted a clause which imposes a time limit within which the Honourable Judge must give its determination, and that is 60 days from the close of pleading, from the close of the hearing, if there is a hearing. And the bill goes even further, and you can even complain to the Chief Justice if the judging chamber missed that first 60 days delay. The second way where we are simplifying the system and bringing certainty is the delay within which you can apply for judicial review. And here I completely don't connect with your honourable member, who is a barrister. So he is supposed to know the law. I can understand many lay people here, members here, who are not well versed in law, who can make a comment as stupid as saying that the time limit to bring judicial proceeding is 3 months, and now you're reducing it to only 45 days. But there's a long list of cases, Madam Speaker, where the court has systematically held that the 3 months delay is not the applicable criteria. Applicable criteria is promptness. You need to promptly bring an application for judicial review. And this is where we have a problem, because the court are inconsistent when it comes to determining what amounts to promptness. Is it 6 weeks? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? Is it 21 days? There has been consistently, contradictory judgment. And not only at the level of the Supreme Court, but all the way to the Privy Council. And in the Privy Council, in at least 2 decisions, the law lords restated the rule. The rule is that you have to bring judicial review as promptly as possible, and what is prompt will depend on a case-by-case basis, depending on the facts and depending on the explanation given by the applicant for the delay, if any, to bring proceedings. Now, what we are doing today is removing this uncertainty as to what amounts to promptness. We are saying in the law 45 days. That's it. Now there is certainty. Everybody knows that you have to apply for judicial review within 45 days of a decision. And what we're doing in Section 4, we're amending all the laws, a series of laws, which had contradictory delays for applying for judicial review. There are some decisions which requires you to do judicial review within 21 days. There are some statutes which require judicial review to be lodged within 28 days. There are some statutes which doesn't even provide a statutory duty. Just tell you, you can appeal by way of judicial review against the administrative decision. So we're bringing certainty now, whether it is an appeal against a decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal, whether it is an appeal against a decision of the Mauritian Revenue Authority, all appeal by way of judicial review today will have to be lodged within 45 days. Now, how can that be a problem? How can that be disputed? How can that be creating uncertainty or penalizing the applicant? So this is why I simply come to understand a barrister telling you that when we produce certainty by giving a time frame, this will necessarily be something bad. The 60-day delay. Why is it important? It is important, Madam Speaker, because I'll give you an example of a case that the judgment had just been given this year, and that relates to a lecturer who had decided to appeal against a decision of the University of Mauritius. And in that case, the application for leave for judicial review was lodged in February 2018. February 2018. Judgment on leave stage, I'm not talking about the second stage, on leave stage was delivered on the 9th September 2025, 2 months ago. Wow. That is 7 years. And by the time the judges gave their decision, there was no live issue. There was no live issue because the poor applicant had retired and the question of giving her a promotion was no longer a live issue. So this is the type of abuse that we're trying to meet today by bringing this time limit of 60 days in order for judges to give their decision. The other very important amendment that is being brought, Madam Speaker, is in section 70, the new section 76H, which deals with the second leg. Now, as the law stands today, after having gone through the process of leave, after having obtained leave, you have to start from scratch again. The applicant has to swear a new affidavit, annex a new series of documents, and produce it. And sometimes you have boxes of pleadings that is being thrown to the judges. Duplicity in materials. So now what we're saying in this new law, that if the judging chambers ex facie of the pleading sees that you have a good arguable case that deserves to go to the next stage, you don't need to file a new set of affidavit. This affidavit, these documents that have been filed with the judging chambers, in first instance, in the leg stage, this would be the basis for the second stage, for the stage where the judges will consider the application on the merit. And again, I don't understand the honourable member. He says that, we should have put the right to appeal to the Privy Council. This is why we have the decision heard by 2 judges, so that precisely you can apply to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. And he thinks that it is not constitutional, it's not as of right. Let me just read the first sentence of the judgment in the case of CKR, in which my learned friends appeared. CKR against the Employment Relation Tribunal. First line. This is an appeal as of right from a decision of the Supreme Court of Mauritius, which refused the appellant leave to apply for judicial review. So what is he talking about? It's already in the law. And in any event, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council always have the discretion to entertain an application to be heard before him, even if the Supreme Court has denied the applicant the right to appeal to the Privy Council. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm very sad that, yes. The other thing he mentioned is that we need to bring a law so that all administrative bodies are bound to give reason for the decision. Again, as a lawyer, he ought to know if a person is aggrieved because he had a legitimate expectation to be informed of a decision, he had a legitimate expectation to be consulted, or if a public body has abused its right, has acted abusively, abus de droit, these are grounds for judicial review. You don't have to set it out in the law. Already it is a ground to apply for judicial review. So there's absolutely no reason to go and amend all possible legislation and say that an administrative body has to give a decision every time he is required to make a decision. All we know, it's already in the civil code. Whenever a body, an authority is given a discretion, they need to exercise this discretion in good faith. It's already in the law. There's no need to change the law. So, Madam Speaker, I hope I have replied to the various grounds raised by the Honourable member. I congratulate again the Attorney General and his team at the State Law Office to bring this piece of legislation, which no doubt is going to simplify the application for judicial review and ensure a speedier resolution of dispute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The winding up speech, yes, Attorney General.
You keep saying that I wind up people at the end of my speeches,
So
Madam
you
Speaker.
don't like winding up.
I was just wondering when my learned colleagues were actually making reference to the other side of the House, that I am becoming very adept and almost a champion now at shadow boxing, because I do not have an opponent to face me when he needs to face me. I'm very grateful to the Honourable team for his extremely comprehensive tutorial on the law. I have not had the time to do it in my speech, and he has done it as he usually does. I'm also very grateful to Honourable Seaburn, Colette and Pendia for their speeches on this bill. Now, since Honourable team has been complete in his address to the House, let me just address a couple of matters that really defeats completely my comprehension and understanding of the law. It is absolutely true and certain that my aim, the aim of this new bill, was not to change the substance of the law relating to judicial review. He is right, Mr. Duval, the Honourable Member, that to say that I've not done so, and I restricted my intervention on the procedural aspects for one very good reason, which was touched upon by Honourable Colette in a speech. The aim was to amend the processes so that we address the very immediate problem, which is delay and accessibility. C'est un choix délibéré, c'est une simplification et non une refonte. Now, the point that the Honourable Duval makes in relation to the notification issue, which brought a wry smile to your face, Madam Speaker, is again because he has failed to read everything in the bill. Now, if he had gone to clause 4, the consequential amendments, and the various acts of Parliament which are being amended to put them in line with what we propose in this amendment to the Courts Act, he will see that in every single subpart of clause 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 and following, that the words used in the enabling legislation which gave the right to the public body to take a decision, let's take the first one, which is the Allied Health Professional Council Act, where it is said that it is amended by repealing section 37 and replacing by the following section: review of decision of council. A person who is aggrieved by a decision of the council. Now, how can you be aggrieved if you do not know of the decision? How can you, if one goes to the next one, which is the Bank of Mauritius Act, how can you say that you're dissatisfied with the determination of the review panel if you're not aware of the decision or the review panel. I can go on and on for another 30 minutes, but I'm obviously not going to bore this House with more nonsensical matters. Now, my Honourable Utim has also dealt on the 45 days issue, and I said it in my speech and I'll repeat it so that it's very clear. There have been many decisions deciding on what is an application which has been done with the promptness required by the law. Some legislation provide for 21 days, some 28 days, but some do not provide it. And in the C-Care case, referred to earlier on, 42 days was decided not to be prompt enough. And when we know that erstwhile in the old days, 3 months was kind of the yardstick, it was decided, and I said it in my speech, that 45 days would be, as one can say, we middle the diddle. We go 45 days, which is half of 3 months, so that we give ample time to the persons dissatisfied with a decision to start judicial review proceedings. Now, Madam Speaker, building a bridge to the future, which is the aim of this government, means to pause and reassess the workings of our institutions with clarity and honesty. We must ask ourselves whether they still serve the public with the efficiency, fairness, and transparency that the mature democracy requires. The reform before us, though technical in appearance, touches on principles that define who we are as a nation. This bill does not touch the substance of judicial oversight developed by our case law over decades. Instead, it simply modernizes the procedure through which that oversight is exercised. These reforms do not encroach upon judicial independence. They reinforce it by giving the courts the procedural structure they themselves have long called for. They reduce unnecessary formalism and allow judges to devote their time to what truly matters, the substance of the challenge. Finally, Madam Speaker, this bill, in fact, restores trust in the system. It protects both the individual and the administration by ensuring that legality is determined without unnecessary delay. It reaffirms that in Mauritius, the rule of law is not an abstract idea, but a living principle. With these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Yes. I need someone to second, please. Again, Mr. Pentia. Okay, the question is that the Court's Amendment Bill, number 28 of 2025, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, part 2, principal act amended. Clause 4, consequential amendments. Clause 5, commencement.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Yes, the question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I would love to see more ayes, or not, I don't know. The ayes have it. Final question. Question is that I do report to the House that the Court's Amendment Bill, number 28 of 2025, has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will resume my chair. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Court's Amendment Bill, number 28 of 2025, has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Third reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Court's Amendment Bill number 28 of 2025 be read and third time and passed.
Seconded. Thank you. The question is that the Court's Amendment Bill, number 28 of 2025, be read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 2nd of December at 11:30 a.m.
House stands adjourned.